course, reverse camber in the design, right? Where the hole goes one way and the grass and the landscape go the other. And we'll get back to it. There's going to be more than one hole that has it in this golf course out here. Let's how about Kim Brown to follow up on the shot a moment ago by Gotterup about playing with the ball above your feet here at Aronimink.
There'll be a number of times this week when you find the ball above your feet. These are never, you very rarely get a level stance here, so sometimes the ball will be above your feet. You've got to make some adjustments because your swing tends to be a little bit flatter and it's very easy to let the ball get pulled to the left or even hook it a little bit. So there's some adjustments to be made. First of all, the players will go a little bit down the shaft. That allows you to stand a little bit closer to the ball and eliminate that flatness of the swing. You swing much more on a plane. The other option also is to perhaps aim a little bit to the right and carry on as normal. But variations in lies is so important in golf. Top players playing off a flat laugh, perfect turf is relatively easy, but this adds another nuance to the game. Varying stances, varying lies, but ball above the feet, down the shaft a fraction. Normal swing, don't try and hit it too hard, and the ball should take off on line.
How about one more look at Chris Gotterup here?
Look at that. That's just not something you really practice. You just got to use your feel and your instincts on that shot. You can see, boy, his feet are way below, but that left foot is way above him as well, and he's just using his hands right there. That's all arms and hands and strength to kind of keep the club face kind of square where you want to go. Really well done.
Hunter, what do you like about his game? What's the area that maybe concerns you as we watch Fleetwood here from the bunker at the right?
Tommy just popping it out kind of up into that slope. Now it releases down. Really nice, really well done. Well, Chris is all about feel, right? He's all about his sort of instincts. There's not a whole lot of, when you look at his swing, it's like you can't really teach that, right? And so he has great touch. I think he's got great feel. He's got a lot of power. He knows how to play his game, and I don't think he's. The way he plays is I think by a lot of feel and instincts, and he just lets it rip. And I think he knows. I think he knows his game really, really well, and I think he plays within that. And he doesn't really step outside of himself.
You think this golf course is a good fit for him?
I do. I mean, if you can hit it long on this golf course, that's a huge advantage. If you can just keep it on, control it from the correct angles into some of these flags, you can have a great advantage. And if you can get, it's really going to come down to putter and the touch for him around the greens.
So Fleetwood out onto the green with a chance at par. MacIntyre and Gotterup for putts here. Robert will be first here at about 30 feet and change, Dre.
Had to really have liked the line that he hit his second shot on, right over the flagstick. Just got away from him a little bit, but erred in the proper portion of this green, just long of it. First probably 10 feet or so of this putt will play a little bit uphill, and then we'll start working away from him. It will be moving right pretty substantially the whole way, probably about 4 feet of break.
He'll have that left for the 4. And Chris Gotterup will be next here.
And Wes, he has a tough read right here. Feels like it wants to push a little bit to the left off of the bunker that Tommy Fleetwood played out of, but as it nears the hole, it's going to try to squeeze a little bit to the right. Pretty straight overall, though. Just needs to get the pace right. Uphill the entire way.
And oh boy. He comes in 101st in strokes gained putting a year ago, now 48th on the tour. Hunter.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. If you want to contend in majors, you're going to have to make putts, and you're going to have great touch around, especially around these greens, and that's probably the missing link for him in contending in majors and making that leap.
Pair of 4s, and Gotterup hadn't hit his first fairway yet.
Now in this golf course, that's not it's not necessary, right? You don't have to be top 20 in fairways hit this week. If you're long enough like he is, and you hit it in the correct kind of sides and angles of these holes, you could still attack it. He's so strong. Getting out of the rough isn't going to be as big a challenge as it is for other players.
Fleetwood for par.
Yeah, tough little bunker shot, leaving himself in that 5-foot range.
Well done. Well hold. I always love Tommy's demeanor. He just never seems to be too distracted by anything. He's just playing his golf. He's doing his thing. Nice 2-putt there by Robert. Good start for him.
Yep. Our feature group is 2 holes in. Everybody is still even. Pars all around so far here at Aronimink. And off we go here now to the 3rd hole. Another par 4. 3 sets of bunkers kind of bite into the fairway here in this 3rd hole. And really the tee angle here, Dre, is the one thing people talked about leading into the week, right, Hunter? The way the tee is angled, that determines how much they can try and bite off, right?
Yeah, you kind of have options on this hole. You can hit 3-wood. It kind of fits right in there between the bunkers, or you can take driver and kind of push it down there. The wind is definitely helping today. Probably, you know, maybe pushing a little bit to the right off the tee, but you might see some guys hit drivers or 3-woods on this hole, depending on where they want to hit it.
Hunter, you mentioned that being able to carry the ball a long ways on this golf course is definitely an advantage, and right here it's one of those advantages. The first set of cross bunkers, it's 290 from where these players are playing to cover that. And the next set of bunkers is at that 250 number. So just trying to cover the first one and leaving it short is going to be their play. If they can do it with 3-wood, I think that's what they're going to probably reference. 290 is a long way to carry a 3-wood, though.
Did you guys, in kind of seeing this golf course, did you find any holes where you're like, you know what, they're going to have to go, if you're going to get a number, you got to go find a number at 3 or whatever hole? Did you identify anything where you thought there was a gap they could just go get it, as opposed to, because it feels like you can hit driver here if you want to, it really becomes a second shot. As in the walk yesterday, I kept thinking more second shots are premium here than maybe even driver. We've seen Gotterup not hit a fairway yet and still make 2 pars.
Yeah, if you've got the distance off the tee, you should take advantage. Since there's no trees out there, you can hit any shot. Like, he likes to fade it, right? And so there's nothing in his visual line of sight that's going to deter him from doing that. If you like to hit big draws, you can do that too. So on every tee shot, you've got wide open options to sort of hit the shots that you want to hit. I see Chris hitting lots of drivers and just letting it rip, right? It's just going to be like, you are going to go to your caddy, though. Where's the flag on this hole? Where do we want to attack from? This pin on this hole is deep, deep right. So he's probably thinking, I want to be more on the left side of the fairway, even in the left rough, more than I want to be on the right side.
Wind at their back, if anything, just a little bit out of the left.
Yeah,
big fairway if you can get back past that first set of bunkers.
He really went after it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot right there.
Oh, yeah. Boy, look at that. That is smoked. MacIntyre to follow that.
Yeah, this wind has got to be comfortable for all 3 of these guys. It almost virtually takes out the first set of bunkers. They shouldn't be in play at all.
See the ball speed at 182 on the shot link. That's hit down there as well.
Yeah, that 290 cover today is just no problem for these guys. A little bit of downwind, slightly downhill.
Dre, by the way, they measured Gotterup at 359 on shot length.
You almost hit it in that second set of bunkers that you don't think is in play.
Another good one.
And Fleetwood right in the seam. Big reach back here, huh?
Big man right there.
359 for Chris Gotterup. Back to Philly in a moment.
Obviously, the last couple months have been awesome.
He has game. He is a budding star out here.
It felt like it was coming at some point, and obviously you have to have the blind faith that it's going to happen. I mean, if you don't, then you probably shouldn't be out here.
Nothing but respect from Rory for what he saw.
When I first was on tour, you walk past those guys and you're like, whoa, like, you know, that guy's won 20 times or that guy's won 5 majors. Not that I'm on the same wavelength as them, but I'm playing well and I'm playing competitively with them and against them, and I obviously want to beat them. You know, you try to suppress everything, you keep everything down, but some of the stuff is pretty cool. It's what I work for and what I want to be doing, be out here playing against them for the next 10, 15 years.
2 wins in his first 3 starts this year, including the Phoenix Open and, of course, the Sony. He's got 3 top 10s. He's had, by the way, in his 2 wins, 63 in each of those first rounds for Chris Gotterup. And now at 26 years of age from Silver Lake, New Jersey, you see the plus 183 jump is the largest by any current top 20 player entering this PGA.
Well, in 2024, he was 163rd in his approach shot, right? And his strokes gained. Now he's 54, right? That's a massive, massive jump. And that's going to have huge implications on playing golf and at this sort of level, right? You got to be consistent with your irons. You got to control your distances, especially on this course. He's a great driver of the golf ball. Hammers it, hits it a long ways, but he also hits a lot of fairways and he has a lot of control over it.
And here at the 3rd, he's going to have roughly 90 yards to the hole. Here's a look at the drives, fellas, and they are all 3 in the fairway cleanly. You see Fleetwood actually cut MacIntyre, who also hit a good one as well.
This flag, deep right corner. I mean, it's almost going to look like it's not even on the green. It's so far right. Cannot go long. Straight downwind here.
Hunter, there's not a lot of room for error if you want to go right at this green. There's only about 4 paces between the front edge and line covering the front right bunker and the pin. But anywhere 10 paces or so left of this hole location, there's a little slope that they're able to use. They aren't going to be able to get it all the way back to the hole. But I'd expect to see all 3 of these balls just a hair left of it.
MacIntyre's 137th in approach.
So we're just talking about, don't want to be long on this flag. I mean, it's one of those shots, right? You can tell he's like, I hit it just the way I wanted to. What happened there? And it probably just got a little bit more wind than they were expecting and went over the green. Boy, it's never good to go back to the book after you hit it, going, wait, what? You did what?
Originally, I was thinking.
And Tommy Fleetwood with reliable Ian Finnis on the bag here, Dre.
Only 113 to the pin, 109 to that front edge in line with it. It's kind of where you have to be flirting with as far as your carry distance. Hopefully that wind takes it just a little bit past, but we saw that big bounce from MacIntyre. Let's see if that changes the way Tommy plays this.
He's probably looking about 6 feet left of the flag. Oh, that one was short.
Yep.
My goodness.
Another bunker.
That's going to be a much harder bunker shot than he had at the second. There's no green to work with from where he's playing from now.
I think he's talking about the wind almost knocked it down, right? Sometimes when you have wedges, the ball, you're planning on a little bit of carry. But if you take a little bit off, the wind sometimes knocks it down and actually doesn't lift the ball the way you're hoping it would. And he was looking left. He had the line. It just didn't carry as far.
In the air for Gotterup. And he missed the green.
I mean, this is the sort of the golf course in a nutshell, right? I mean, it's the challenge of these greens and the situation. You got a little bit of wind, but it's all in their head, right? If you gave these guys 120 yards, they're going to hit it within a 3-yard gap, all of them, right? And they all missed the green. It's just open stances, which is what he does. He's taking something smooth in there, and I think it just same thing. He's looking left. He's doing the right thing. It just went so flat that the wind probably just knocked it down a little bit, and he's so afraid to go long, right? There's so many things in the back of your head on this golf course of what not to do. You forget to hit the shot you're supposed to.
Let's take you to the top of the leaderboard. You see 4 players at 3 under here. What do you make of this early first round numbers at 3, especially Hunter?
I think that's kudos to the PGA. That's a great course setup, right? When you've got numbers like this that are possible out there, and we've seen a lot of good birdies, a lot of good opportunities out there for these guys. But we're seeing there's just a little bit of wind. We're seeing the teeth of this golf course in a lot of ways. It's very bunched, right? It's not a whole lot of separation between, I think, 3 under and even like 1 or 2 over. You're still in the mix there. So a lot of good golfers, a lot of good golf. Good to be played this week. It's going to really be, man, there's so many guys that have the opportunity to win this week.
Yeah. And of course, there is the Corbridge Financial team and Michael Block, the star of Oak Hill, the greatest top 15 in the history of this event, is back on the board.
Look at this. Not even looking at the flag. He's pitching basically sideways to get it up, use the slope, use the terrain.
And
that's
the wind.
Incredible. That is incredible. Smart, you know, that's experience. That's saying, hey, I don't have a shot to the flag. Let's just take our medicine, leave it out to the left, and see if we can get up and down. Tommy's looking at the same exact thing. They've got no shot there to go at the flag. It's just straight downwind. There's no green. Just think, they had 115 yards, and now they're going to have 30 feet for par. Look at that angle. Just the top of his hat there. You see the green just dead going away from him. No chance they attack the flag.
And no spin.
It's crazy to think that's where they needed to hit their approach shots, right? I mean, they needed to hit their shots about 25, 30 feet left and just take their medicine and say, you know what, we don't actually have a shot at this flag. Look how sticky that is. This is one of the shots we'll see a lot this week. Is you see how he's just 30 feet from the hole, but he's got thick rough. He's got a mound in front of him. He doesn't really have a place to land. He's going to have to chop this out and land it on top of the slope and let it trickle back down.
Sitting in a little bit of a hole as well.
Boy, that was sticky.
Yep. Now all of a sudden, long par putts.
I mean, straight uphill, really thick lie, kind of going. His shot as though it was uphill, and he's kind of landed up there. He's trying to pop it out of there. He's just like, man, I hit it really hard, and I only hit it like 10 feet. These are the ups and downs of major golf here, right? I mean, these are just what you have to deal with as a golfer. This is what you know going in, is that patience and patience and patience is going to be key this week.
Dre, they're kind of down in that area where the green, as Hunter said about MacIntyre, he was straight back up the hill. Now these guys have got to deal with something that breaks even a little bit more back to the left, I think, right?
It should. I mean, this back right portion, everything's moving towards the back right edge of this green, so this should have a little bit of curl to the left for them. Fairly level, though.
And Fleetwood will miss it and settle for the bogey. Five for Tommy Fleetwood to 1 over.
Now this ball should still have a little bit of movement to the left, but slightly back uphill. He doesn't have to worry about this really getting away from him.
15 feet for MacIntyre. And he too. Or Gotterup, beg your pardon. So he too will make bogey. And now they'll leave MacIntyre from right in the neighborhood of about 15 feet.
It was so tough out of the lie that he was just in. You're exactly right here, Hunter. You're going to see a lot of those Donald Ross greens that fall off on the edges, and it's sticky enough and just thick enough off the greens. They aren't going to get that far off. But you got to create enough speed to get the ball up out of that rough. And it just kind of leaves in the back of your mind, coming in with as much speed as you need to get it going, that it could just jump on you.
It's for par. And it horseshoes on Robert MacIntyre.
Man, good stroke, good putt there. Just the wicked edge.
Not what you would expect after those 3 drives.
Yep. Each of these guys takes a loss at the 3rd, Hunter.
Man, that's a frustrating one there. Great drives, all with wedges in their hands. Robert, great stroke. Look at that ball just hugging the ground. Looks like it's in the whole way, and just no thank you.
So off to the 4th we go. The last of the par 4s to start our afternoon here with this threesome.
260 to carry that bunker on the left. It's going to just be drivers all day for these boys. Kind of wind coming off the right. Gotterup might have to worry about that bunker about 340 away. You never know. Just hitting the fairway. Got to have a little left to right lie. Pin is going to be on the middle left. There's going to be a little slope just short of it. Chris aiming left as he always does. Picking a spot down there.
It's up the right edge.
Doesn't like it.
And it hops in the rough.
Yeah, it just disappears. Boy, once it hits the rough, it just stops immediately and goes straight down.
So right rough. Just one for his first 4 off the tee is Chris Gotterup. Now MacIntyre, who's hit all 3 fairways so
far. 3 for 3.
Yep.
Sort of his game. He's really solid, controlled, trying to hit fairways and greens.
Absolutely perfect.
So MacIntyre stays perfect with the driver.
Tommy Fleetwood looked so nice on the range when he was getting warmed up for today's round, just easing into his longer clubs, just changing his flight with low, mid, and high launch angles. It was beautiful to watch. And he's going to want to keep something down a little bit here, back into the breeze here at the 4th.
Good looking swing there. Patting it kind of hard draw right down the middle.
Yeah, Fleetwood in the fairway, as is MacIntyre. Gotterup in the rough on the right side. We're in Philadelphia for the PGA Championship. First time in this golf crazy area of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania since 1962. Our feature group coverage at the 2026 PGA Championship continues in a moment.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings with nowhere to hide, nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
And the second major of the 2026 campaign underway here today in Newtown Square, PA. We're at Aronimink, a Donald Ross design. Originally founded this club in 1896, renamed in 1900. They purchased the 300 acres they built this golf course on in 1926 and hired Donald Ross to build it the same year. And mind you, Philadelphia is home to a lot of William Flynn designs. So Ross came into William Flynn's hometown and said, you know what? I intend to make this course my masterpiece. He basically wanted to win a road game, Hunter. From William Flynn. And here we are on this gorgeous Thursday. And we're following 3 of the top 12 players in the world. And a look at where they stand on this par 4, number 4.
MacIntyre 4-for-4 on fairways. Tommy, perfect position with his driver 143 to the hole. Chris kind of slapped it out to the right. He's going to be in the rough. He's going to have to use his strength here to get this ball. Maybe a little bit of luck. See what kind of lie he's got. See if he can get it up on this green. There's good pins away, kind of way left. There's a big kind of shelf kind of in his way, kind of getting up to that flag. He loved to hit just middle of the green. And
well, they got to hope for better results than what they saw at the 3rd, right, Dre? Because that was not what anybody was looking for after booming drives there.
Well, this is a much more accessible pin over here on the left side, but even with Gotterup here on in the right rough, there's a wide berth at the entry of this green, so he can just chop something out, chase something up. It's going to take some touch, though, on reading the lie and seeing how it comes out, where he wants to land this short, but while sitting down just enough, I don't think he's going to be able to land this on the green.
You saw play continuing on the green, so a little bit of a delay here for our group in the fairway at the 4th. And everybody it's been a pretty symmetrical group here so far. Everybody made par on the first 2. Everybody made bogey at 3.
they've matched cards so far.
Yeah. See Victor Hovland having a look. Another cowboy, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Yep.
Victor Hovland, national champ.
Pretty strong game. And there's his putt to finish up at the 4th, and that'll get our group ready.
.165 for Gotterup and 152 to the front edge. You know, Hunter, he may be able to land this somewhere on the front, back into the breeze, mostly out of the right, but if he can get this ball elevated at all, it should kill it just a hair.
Yeah, this golf course gives you a lot of runway to kind of run up a lot of stuff from the rough. It gives you just a really nice frame. You see him aiming kind of his standard aim left, and really would love to get on top of this ball, get a little steeper, try to get as much ball as he can before he hits the rough. Oh boy, looks like I think they caught the heel there. He's looking left.
And into the rough.
I don't know if that's not a terrible play. He's gonna be chipping kind of back up into the hill, maybe a little bit with the wind as well. Not what he was hoping for, but I think he can get that up and down.
It's full-blown fight for Gotterup early, isn't it, Hunter?
It's a major championship. It's just a fight, and you know that going in. You know you're just gonna have to be on your mental best. You're gonna have to be in that fight mode all day, especially with this wind, right? I mean, just enough wind to make you think about where you want to land the ball. You know, we saw Robert on the first hole, on the second hole, thought he had a perfect shot, ended up being 30 feet long.
Yep. Dre, looks like he was thinking maybe club change. He's going to stay with what he's got here from 151.
I think a lot of it just has to do with the wind dancing around a little bit, mostly out of the right and into him. This isn't a bad pin location for him to go ahead and try to get aggressive.
Drawing it right back into the wind.
Oh, nice.
Really good shot. It's going to stay, though. Oh, boy. Kind of Aronimink in full display right there. There's a nice ridge. Obviously, you can see it right there. And 151 landed at 147, and just not good enough today.
It's on the green, but not nearly what it looked like it would be.
That's a shot you just have to be happy about and just say, hey, we did what we needed to do. Didn't work out for us, but we keep doing that. We'll have good results.
Yep. Fleetwood now 143.
Very comfortable moving it from right to left. Wind is helping that way. Just how aggressive does he want to get to that top left tier?
center of the green. Tommy Fleetwood will have a long putt for birdie. Let's go to Frisco, Texas. PGA professional Joe Hallett with us this afternoon. And with Tommy Fleetwood, Joe, we're seeing guy when he plays from the fairway, it looks like he's showing pretty good balance.
Wes, Hunter, he has got great balance, and there's a lesson in here for the average player. Everybody likes the fact that he kind of cuts that swing off and really controls it. If I had to give you a suggestion, I'd say if you want to go practice, see if you can kind of guide your swing to your shoulder at the follow-through. Now, what most people are going to do is get here and move all over the place. But it's this stick and it's this club that if you learn to reach your stopping point like a Tommy at about shoulder height, you're going to finish in balance. And I got to tell you, you're going to start hitting some really good golf shots with that. Literally, you look at Tommy, he's under control, he's in balance, and I'm a little jealous of what he's got going on back here, but that's another segment.
Yeah, well, the first swing was eerily similar to mine, Hunter. The one that had no balance and, almost falling down. That would have been.
Looks like you're bowling out there instead of golfing.
Yeah, occasionally. So Tommy Fleetwood. And look at this. It's pretty clean.
Hits that finish there, doesn't he? Just so much in control, it gets out of the way. There's on one with the wedge. I love the short finish, right? The finish is, it tells you that he's under control and everything is finishing at the same time. Even though it's not starting down at the same time, it finishes at the same time.
And the adventures of Chris Gotterup continue here at 4 from that rough.
Ball's sitting up just a little bit, but grain back into him. This is going to take a little bit of speed. Has to throw it up into the air to stop it.
And does.
Just not being able to put a whole lot of spin on this rough. And that was even back up kind of uphill into the wind a little bit. Still couldn't put any spin on it. That's just how to tell you how thick and nasty the rough is this week.
Hunter, when you start short-siding yourself too, you're trying to make sure you're not leaving yourself the same shot. So erring on the proper side, just getting it on the green past the hole, but you're trying to get it so much closer. And as you're playing in a major, it just starts getting your head spinning, knowing that it's not going to get a whole lot easier as the round moves on.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden he's not only fighting the golf course, he's fighting a little bit of himself here, right, guys?
A little bit of position as well, right? You don't. I mean, you're already 1 over through 3. You make another bogey. You can start getting away from you on a golf course like this. So this is where kind of experience, he sort of doesn't have in major golf kind of comes into play. He's going to have to use experience of when he's won the last few years and just understand that there's a lot of golf to be played. It's pretty thick up at the leaderboard. There's so many players within 5 shots of the lead right now that just get back into hitting greens, hitting fairways, play kind of his style of golf.
MacIntyre. This is 36 feet.
Robert's been really solid today. Fairways and greens and really solid shots. Just hasn't gotten the luck when it comes to distances. Flew it way long on 2. This hole, he's 4 yards short for being perfect. Ends up another 35 feet. Shows great touch with what you're going to need on this golf course. You're going to have great touch hitting over these mounds and these putts and these ravines and stuff. Great touch there. It's good for.
Yep.
He'll be happy with that.
Stays 1 over. Fleetwood to play next from more toward the center of the green here at 4. Tommy Fleetwood, a guy whose second shot prowess is much discussed. And now an opportunity to post the first red number of the day here among the 3.
Got the saw grip, kind of coming from the middle of the green. Should be working from right to left. Oh, not much speed though. Almost going back more uphill than he anticipated.
Yep.
Chris got a little bit of knowledge from that. Probably thinking this is going to be a little bit slower than he anticipated.
Fleetwood was top 20 a year ago in putting. Hunter, strokes gained. I think you mentioned this. He's more toward 90 this year in putting strokes gained.
Yeah, putting. I mean, putting is kind of fickle. It's kind of funny. You know, you don't want to look at it from a too micro perspective. You want to look at it from a little bigger sense. He might be stroking it well, just hasn't made putts. So just keep doing your drills and keep being confident with your putter. Never doubt it.
Got 4 feet left for the par. Now MacIntyre.
Gotterup here. Got a good read off Tommy's here uphill. Should be right to left. These are the putts you need.
Par putt from 13, and
that's low all the way.
Yep. Another bogey. Frustrating couple holes for Chris Gotterup, huh?
I think so. I mean, it's you just get out of position just a little bit, right? You kind of gets it short-sided on the short left. Thick rough, can't really spin it the way he normally does. Kind of everything's running away from him. Probably not a great stroke there, not a great read.
So back-to-back bogeys for Gotterup. Fleetwood trying to finish this par here from about 4 feet.
That first putt he had was a little bit uphill at the beginning and started getting away from him. Just gave it a little bit too much respect here, and now has this knee knocker that you don't want to have a bunch of these throughout a major championship, but inevitably if you're not hitting it all that great, you're going to have a lot of them.
And he rolled it in to stay at 1 over par. So 2 pars and a bogey here at the 4th. And Hunter and Andres, before we get to the 5th, and I want to look at the wind over the whole golf course here, because this Donald Ross design, and if you walk the course here at Aronimink, you know there's elevation changes and hills and valleys, but there's also ridges through this golf course too, Dre. And the ridges where the holes are built, the wind can fool you a little bit if you're not careful, right?
100%. You're looking to kind of be in the middle of every green here on this Donald Ross design. There's so many little peninsulas and ridges that are causing, you're not going to have a bad look from the center of all of them. They aren't going to be real close because these greens are so big, but middle of the green out here is not going to hurt you on any hole.
Is it gusty out there, Dre? How do you feel? Is it kind of going from 10 to 20, or is it sticking around probably 10 miles an hour?
I haven't seen 20. It's staying pretty consistent. I'm going to say 10 to 15 miles an hour.
So now we get to the 178-yard par 3 5th hole. So far today, 4th easiest hole, and this is well, you find any Donald Ross design, you're going to find one of these holes. They've got, this is an island par 3, not the one you're used to at Sawgrass or that kind of island hole. This is a Ross design that has bunkers all around, and he did the similar hole structure at Seminole, Oak Hill, Scioto, and Columbus, Ohio. Right here at Aronimink as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful looking hole. Plays a few yards downhill. Pin is 20 on it. It's 5 from the left, which is a pretty good, just a right to left wind. You can kind of start at middle of the green and let the wind kind of take it back to the flag. Kind of what Robert did right there. He's kind of aiming right there and he flushed it. He's really hit his irons really kind of nice today. He's a guy who just has to keep doing what he's doing, and the birdies are going to come. But that's how kind of the golf you want to play.
Yep.
Really solid there. Great distance control there. That was perfectly pin high.
Yeah, he and caddy Michael Burrow talking about the shot.
They've got a good sense of yardage today. You can tell they're really on top of it.
That's a good line that every one of these players is going to be looking at. If you can leave it a little bit short of where Robert MacIntyre's ball is, it's going to leave you more of a straight putt. His putt's going to be breaking quite a bit to the left, right where he is, but nothing is going to hurt you in the center of these greens.
And here is Fleetwood.
Adjusted down to 174 with that wind in off the right. Probably about 130 if you're looking at the hole like a clock.
Tommy looking right. Probably right at Robert's ball is what they were talking about. Another little punch shot, trying to flight it down, not curving as much left as he'd like. Wow, wind kind of held it up there a little bit. Got a nice little kick forward there, so a long uphill putt. You saw that short finish he had there. Kind of tried to punch it, got slightly ahead of it there. You can see the face was just a little bit open. Didn't quite square it up at impact to get that. Yeah, you can see him talking about, like, I didn't square it up. I just leaned on it a little bit too much and the wind ate it up.
Look at the trees behind him. And Ian finished there.
Now, Chris, sometimes not bad to be third. You got to see the guys' shots they hit.
Gotterup. And he went a little further into the green complex, but got a little bit more of a roll too, Hunter.
You saw the slope and they saw that little spine that he landed on. Got on the left side of it, luckily, and it came back to the flag just a bit.
All right, so 3 putts coming up for birdie as we continue our feature group play here. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. We're playing today 4 par 3s at Aronimink, 2 on each side of this par 70. The 5th happens to be the shortest one, Hunter, at 171 on the scorecard. The 8th, to me, is the most dramatic of them, by the way.
It is one of the hardest holes you'll ever play. I mean, it's, you want to just get 3 threes, another long one here on 14, 216 yards.
Yeah. And then they're going to save a change-up hole late because it's got water on it, which you don't see much of around here. 229 is the official mark. It'll vary, obviously, through the 4 rounds at 17. And, of course, it leads to a par 4 18th finishing hole here. And here's a look at 3 shots on the green from our feature group as we rejoin you here at Aronimink on this Thursday afternoon. And first putt of the day comes rolling in from Fleetwood off of about 50 feet away. Dre?
Leave it in. just short, but working up that slope, tough to get it all the way to the hole. The other two are going to not have that problem. Once they cross the ridge, it'll start running away from them just a little bit.
And it'll be Gotterup to play next. 41 feet away, and he got a lot of roll out of it, but still got plenty of land to cover.
The first half of this putt very uphill, and most of the break is going to come in that section, moving to the left, and once it gets on top, it will start to move away from him just a hair, but it should be pretty straight from there. So looking for a spot on the ridge where he wants to get this thing cresting.
Yeah, choosing to leave the flag in from this distance. You can see how much he's aiming to the right. Going up and over. Let it feed. Feed.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, great touch right there. Great touch.
They'll just clean this up for the 3. And after a pair of bogeys, nice par by Gotterup.
As you can see, it goes up over the mound right there. And then it starts going down and then letting gravity fall from there. Everything's going to go to the front, sort of right side of the green. Really good touch. It's one of those putts where you just start really, really high with your line and you get less and less and less until you feel like, okay, now we're in the zone where that's not going to be too high and the ball's just going to use gravity all the way back to the flag. You never want to be low on those putts. Once the ball gets low on a putt like that, you've lost it and it's going to get further and further away from the flag.
What do you think Ian Finnis and Brady Stockton are discussing with Chris Gotterup standing there? Any catalog of things?
1,000 different things that's going on out there.
Here's MacIntyre, and this is 26 feet, Dre.
And this is going to be moving left the entire way. Uphill for the first 10 feet and then starts running away. And very similar to Gotterup's.
Really runs it by. Second time we've seen that from him today, huh?
Yeah, clearly he expected it to just fall to the left and kind of didn't do really anything. And just now he's got a little quick little downhiller there, left towards par. We're probably talking about who has the best Philly cheesesteaks around here.
Oh boy,
you know, it's a passionate conversation amongst these guys.
I'll tell you what. Here during our preparation during the practice rounds yesterday, amongst our folks working on our ESPN Plus coverage, we had quite the conversation, influenced by several. And MacIntyre the par.
Well hold there.
Bogey at 3, pars elsewise.
Pretty simple putt for Tommy here. Should be pretty straight, shouldn't be too complicated.
If it wants to do anything, it may try to move to the left, but maybe a hair right of center.
Fleetwood a 2-putt from 50 feet. He'll stay at 1 over par. Well, you know what, Hunter? You brought us to this point in the road today through 5 holes of play. Cheesesteaks. Big Dom. Yeah, that Big Dom, the guy that works the sidelines.
Delivery bell's a big deal. Well, let's get real. Say Philly, and most people think cheesesteak. Around here, it's not only a delicacy, it's a discussion. A heated one. Hats or Geno's. Chopped meat or sliced. With whiz or without. The argument never ends, so let's just say this. Come here for the history, stay for the cheesesteak. Tastes like home.
right, so Hunter, Dre, here's the question. Pat, Geno's, or other as we go to the 6th and a par 4 at under 400 yards.
I'll take either one. I just, I'm going to give it to Utah. Give me 2. Don't give me 1. Give me 2, Utah. Okay.
Oh man,
it's par 4. It looks like. This is a really cool hole. You start off with straight holes, and all of a sudden you got this big dog leg from left to right. It's all about the angles on this hole. You can hit 3-wood, you can hit driver, you can hit less than that. You're just trying to really hit the fairway, trying to give yourself a club that you are going to be confident in, because this is a birdie hole. There's not a lot of these out there, but you step on the tee, you're thinking 3.
Third easiest hole today. 12 birdies. And MacIntyre.
Hit every fairway so far. .180, watching it, and Wynn's kind of taking it to the right. Right in the fairway. Beautiful shot. 5 for 5 on fairways today for Robert. He looks in good form. I mean, we're only 5.5 holes in, but boy, he's been on it.
Yep.
With his irons, driver. Really, I think he's hit every shot kind of like the way he's wanted to. It just hasn't, gotten as close to the hole as he would like. But that's major championship golf, and that's the way this golf course plays.
And here is Fleetwood, who has hit 3 of his first 4 fairways.
That first set right there is probably about 280 today. Plays a few yards uphill. He's going left of it, kind of waiting for the wind to take it. Might have tugged it a little bit, hoping it gets down a little bit, and it does. Lands softly into that slope, so he's fine.
Sure, Gotterup, you're 1 for your first 4. You getting after this?
They don't pay him to hit fairways. They pay him, for results here, so he's not worried about it. He's got the big dog. He's picking up the tee. I think he likes it. Leaking just a bit right.
Oh, that's down the line.
That was perfect. Easy. Get a fairway. Gosh, dog it. Can he not get a break? Hit it right through the fairway.
He hit it right through the fairway is correct. Long drive for Gotterup. He is 2 over. Fleetwood, MacIntyre 1 over. Hey kids, what time school get out here in Philadelphia? Huh? Maybe a Thursday off? Come to the major at Aronimink.
Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows if one day you'll need to know that it's 176 to the pin, but only 153 to the front, and 151 to a landing spot on the edge that will take enough off the shot for it to settle close enough for a makeable putt. It's a numbers game.
And we welcome you back to Aronimink. Opening round coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship. Great to be with Hunter Mahan, Andres Gonzalez, Wes Durham. Part of our featured group coverage here today. And you see, I want to say 3 fairway drives here.
No, it's not true, though.
I know it's not. Gotterup is, what, a step into the rough after a 333 yard drive uphill here at 6. Yeah, how about the hammer? 44 yards, the difference between Gotterup and Fleetwood, huh?
Kind of the way this course is angles, right? He kind of bombed it up there, used the wind. He loves to hit that cut, so hit it hard, obviously, and then that cut, the wind pushed it up to the right and got closer and closer to the flag. It was a heck of a drive. There's a huge sort of false front short of this flag. There's plenty of room past it that he can land it, and actually the spin can kind of bring him back to the flag. So but the wind is such at an angle here. It's his left to right. They're trying to figure out, is it going to hurt? Is it going to help? Right? I mean, it's just at such a slight angle that matters so much. If you think it's helping and it's not, you're going to be short. It's going to spin off the green. And look at it right now. It looks like it's coming right back in their face, which is sort of not what it really should be doing.
Trey, how is it? Fleetwood with 110.
No, it's helping. It's helping more than I think we're thinking here. 110. He's going to want to fly this all the way to the hole. Love for it to just fly right there, hit and stop just like he did. That's perfect. It's a great job between him and his caddy to kind of get to the number they want to get to. Feel comfortable with it and make an aggressive swing. Great shot, left it below the hole. It's well done by Tommy. After another great drive, Robert is in the fairway. These absolutely perfect fairways. Only 69 yards. A little bit of help off the left. You heard that click. Using the slope, it's coming back a little bit, but that distance, you can't really stop the ball as fast as you would like. You saw it take that huge first hop. Kind of an awkward yardage there.
So here is Gotterup, who, even though the amateur might think that's really good drive at 333, he is a step into the rough, so it's not a fairway hit for him.
From 45 yards, he actually might like it in the rough, right? He's got a little bit, he can put some height on it just like he did. He's going to probably release a little bit. Great touch.
Yeah.
Really nice. If he was in the fairway, you would have had it, probably wasn't going to be able to get the height as quickly as he would like. You never know it's a good break or a bad break, but that was a great shot. Now he's got to get birdie, get one back.
Yep, 2 over on the day is Gotterup, 1 over each for Fleetwood and MacIntyre. And don't forget, we're just part of a big old happy family of feature groups and holes. It's now available on the ESPN app. Scotty Scheffler's group is under the guidance of George Savarikas, Scott Verplank, and Ned Michaels. Cam Young's team with Will Haskett, Colin Swatton, and Steve Scott. And then Hovland, Morikawa, and Lowry with Eric Rothman, Mark Lou Wilson, and Joanna Coe is joining that group. The director of golf at Marion. And of course, we've got holes coverage at 15, 16, and 17 on the backside here for you on ESPN Plus. Fun group, fun folks to work with here in Philadelphia this week. And a look at where Gotterup, Fleetwood, and MacIntyre are here. Fleetwood about 10 feet, it says. Gotterup right around 8 feet. So 2 guys 10 or less here for birdie. MacIntyre's got about 21 on the putt. Trey, what do we see here at the 6th?
Downhill, kind of pretty straight off the get-go, then start going left toward the hole right about now. No, just hung out there the whole time. Good touch. He's had great touch all week. Great feel for this golf course so far. He's 1 over, but he's played really good golf so far. He should be pretty happy. I think him and his caddy know that they're not far away from putting a couple birdies together. They're in good form.
Now Fleetwood.
He should be right up the spine here where there's not going to be too much. Uphill.
Tommy comes into this with 5 top 10s, Hunter, including last week at Truist.
He's a great ball striker. Ball strikers travel well. They travel anywhere and everywhere. And if you can just find this putter a little bit this week, he could be a dangerous man. Ooh. Looks like it just tweaked left on him. Probably wasn't expecting that. Probably a little firmer than he was hoping for, but kind of 2 missed opportunities there on 1, and here at 6 for Tommy. You leave it right where you want to and not capitalize is frustrating.
Yep. Gotterup for the birdie.
This caddy and him clearly work together to kind of read the greens and see what they need to out of these. Should have gotten a little bit of something from Tommy's putt there, kind of below the line there. Below him, he should see it go just a little bit left. Really solid stroke. I mean, he's got left hand low. See, he just moves the triangle there with his arms.
We saw the flag that Brady Stockton carried by was whipping still pretty good. Is he thinking about wind here?
Not from probably this distance. I think he's going to actually kind of back into the wind a little bit, which will help. Looks like it's just outside the hole on the right. Yeah, really good stroke right there. Dead center. Nice birdie there.
First birdie of the day for this threesome. Gotterup back to 1 over. Fleetwood to clean up the par here to stay at 1 over, and does. So the first birdie of the afternoon belongs to Chris Gotterup as we've moved into the kind of the last 3 holes of this front 9 for our threesome. 3 of the top 12 players in the world. As for the first time in better than 60 years, the PGA Championship has come back to Aronimink. Gary Player, winner here in 1962.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Feature group coverage here on ESPN Plus, the 108th edition of the PGA Championship. We're at the Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Great to be with Hunter Mahan, Andres Gonzalez, Wes Durham on just a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Probably a little more windy than folks might have anticipated. If you had looked at the forecast a week ago, there was lots of rain in it. There was rain here early in the week, but a little bit overnight, but nothing today discernible to disturb play. We have been on schedule for the most part all the way through, and we're being treated to some nice golf here, Hunter.
Yeah, this doesn't get any better than this up here in the Northeast. Great time to be here in May. Courses, no one's been on this course since November. It's kind of hard to imagine, but it shows you the dedication the members had to say, hey, we want to show Aronimink in the best light. And the setup, the maintenance crew, they've all killed it this week. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's a great test for these players.
You're getting a look at the leaderboard as we get ready to play here at the 7th, the par 4. Aldrich Potgieter and Stephen Yeager, Minwoo Lee, Ryohei Satsune, all, and now Akshay Bhatia on the course at 3 under through 9 holes. You see a group T6 now. Xander Schauffele, Justin Thomas, Martin Keimer, past PGA champion, Dan Brown, Thigala, Max Grazerman, and more, kind of rounding into the 2s. Here's Gotterup.
7th, par 4, dog leg to the right, suits well for his fade. Likes
a really good line cutting up the fairway.
One of those fairways, it's a left to right hole, but the fairway actually slopes right to left. Sort of an awkward hole in that way. But that was a great drive.
This is a hole, by the way, Hunter and Dre, that's been extended. It was 396, now 430 here at the 7th.
Wind in the face, just a touch out of the right at the moment. You're going to see a lot of different club selections off of this tee throughout the week. But if you challenge the right side, you can get it up close to the green.
MacIntyre. And I think that ball is down the left side, and we'll see where that ends up. Might have hopped into the rough.
Just an awkward driving hole as it starts to dogleg right. The entire fairway slopes away and to the left, and it's heavy rough on that left-hand side where a lot of balls are going to find.
Yeah, he did stay in the fairway, Dre. Here's Fleetwood.
Thanks.
There we go, Tommy. Tommy hitting a flat kind of driver, trying to keep it out of the wind there a little bit.
Yep.
It's in the fairway, trying to stay in the fairway though. Ooh, that might have gone right up against that cut, which is actually not very short at all. It's actually pretty tall, so be interesting live for him.
Gotterup's got the birdie. All 3 players are at 1 over par as they walk the 7th here at Aronimink.
When it's good to go, I want him to hold the flag up like this. I don't want him to wave. I call them out because I don't know what to make of it. I tell them there has to be one sign that tells me it's good to go. I'll talk when he comes back. Go with me. Thank you.
What weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Liberty Bell?
The Wanamaker.
The Liberty Bell weighs 2,080 pounds.
Oh, Liberty Bell? I was thinking of like a little...
Never like seen the Liberty Bell up close. The Liberty Bell weighs more.
I have no idea what the Liberty Bell is. The Liberty Bell surely weighs more.
The Wanamaker Trophy or a bald eagle?
The Wanamaker Trophy. Bald eagles aren't 30 pounds.
Wow. That's a little loaded.
Birds are really light.
There's got to be some bald eagles that weigh less and some maybe more, so I'll say less.
The Wanamaker Trophy or a punching bag?
A Rocky style punching bag? So not a speed bag, like a full-on bag. A full-on bag is going to weigh more than 32 pounds.
Punching bag. On fire with them.
You want to help Shane Lowry out, Hunter?
I mean,
yes, a guy
come
from
on
Ireland.
now.
What do you?
It's a Liberty Bell.
Oh man, there's the Wanamaker.
Not fair, probably, really.
By the way, you know what I saw earlier today on my travels through the Aronimink grounds? The Stanley Cup.
Oh, let's talk about it.
The Stanley Cup and the Wanamaker.
Let's talk about it.
Might have been photographed together here today.
Yeah, I got a good friend is owner of the Carolina Hurricanes, so
Tom Dundon, right?
He made them. Yeah, he made the Philly fans cry a little bit. I mean, they're the East favorites. There's no doubt about that.
7th hole here at Aronimink. You see, Fleetwood did get into the rough, or at least against the collar. We'll check that out with Andres in a moment here. MacIntyre and Gotterup are in the fairway with shots into this 7th hole. And Andres, the one thing I was curious about, a lot had been written about the extension of this hole, but also how it impacts the second shot. What have you seen as you walk along this par 4?
Yeah, it's just tough to get a flat lie, so every one of these guys is going to have the ball above their feet. Not going to hurt them all that much, though. Wind into them out of the left, so the only person that it may affect a little bit more, I guess, would be MacIntyre being a left-hander. That's the ball is going to be well below his feet.
The pin position here, though, Dre, is really kind of what makes it difficult. The pin is way back deep, and it's on the right side. So you'd love, perfect world, you'd love to be pin high just left of it. So, but that kind of lends itself to, you got to start it right of the flag if you want to end up left because of that lie. So it's going to be interesting how aggressive they want to be to flying it pin high, knowing that the flag is 32 deep out of 40. So interesting shot, interesting decision for these guys.
Yeah, that wind primarily being out of the left there, Hunter, that may give them a little more cushion. It kind of creates a wall on that left-hand side. So with the fat part of the green being left, it should push back to it. It's just tough to get it all the way back to the hole when every one of them have scoring clubs in their hand.
You see they're waiting on the group to finish on the green here. Hunter, Andres, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, or I know these guys don't want to get ahead of themselves, but 8 is one of the hardest holes on this golf course. 9 is a 600-yard par 5. If you're one over here, are you thinking the back is significantly more difficult than the front, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you are just playing golf. You're not, if you've got a good number here, I think you be aggressive, right? If you feel good about it, then you take on that flag. If you feel like, hey, this is a great opportunity for us, why not, right? So if you're in the fairway and you've got a club you like, why not be aggressive? Especially if you're Tommy Fleetwood, Robert MacIntyre. You guys you're great iron players, and you've been really consistent today, and you've got a good caddies, you've got good touch, you got a good feel for this situation.
Fleetwood's going to be, is he going to be first to play here, Trey?
Yes, just a little bit behind. He and MacIntyre maybe a couple yards apart.
Okay.
But as far as his ball up against the collar, he is away from it. He's going to have no issue with the heel of his club passing through here, probably 3 inches to the right. And honestly, the best angle out of the three of them to this back right pin location. Wind into them, out of the left.
Another short finish on him.
Look at that. I mean, didn't even get above his hip. That's incredible. Boy, the ball just plugged right there. I think he was trying to get a little scoot out of that, maybe 2 hops. He only got 1 there. That was a really good shot, though. He's really the only one that has that short abbreviated finish. I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's cool looking.
That's going to be difficult to get all the way back to that pin. Hunter, you mentioned that he's trying to scoot that back there, back into the breeze. It's kind of standing it up just a little bit, but the last thing you want to do here is go long. So pretty good shot right there. Fat part of the green, putting back towards that pin.
MacIntyre.
Yeah, it might be a little easier for MacIntyre being a lefty. He can almost hit a little bit of a trap draw back in his stance and turn it over just a little bit to get a little more of that big first bounce.
Staring it down. Looks like a good line. Great shots.
Terrific.
Wow. He's looked good today. He might be 1 over, but he's looked really solid. That is a heck of a shot. Seeing a lefty. Ball below his feet. Yeah, like you said, Dre, he kind of turned it right up against the flag there in the wind. You see the ball even spun to the right. Heck of a shot.
Gotterup from 120.
Look at him, he's aiming left of the green with his feet, but that's really not really where he's aiming, right? I mean, that's just how he sort of sets up so he can get out of the way through the shot. Trying to hit some sort of 120, try to hit some sort of low, look like a 9-iron or something, kind of keep it out of the way, and then just took way too much off. Now he's got that big spine in between him and the hole. It's going to make it difficult for there.
MacIntyre 4 feet away from birdie as they make the walk to the green at number 7 by one of the spring houses that dot the golf course here at Aronimink. Quick reminder to you, after over 60 years, the PGA Championship's going to make a historic return to the Dallas-Fort Worth area next year. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco. The strongest field in golf comes back to Texas. To register for tickets, visit PGAchampionship.com. Registration does close soon. And Joe Hallett and Natalie Sheehan are joining us from the PGA in Frisco and at their practice facility and their headquarters, and of course the golf course is out there as well. And that's where the PGA Championship will be staged next year. You've seen the complex, right?
Yes, it's incredible. Huge complex. Actually has 2 courses there. It's awesome. Got a cool little par 3 course. It's a really fun facility. It's going to be a great test.
So we'll come about, I don't know, about the same amount of mileage out of downtown Dallas to Frisco, Texas, maybe a little more. Talk about a suburb that has exploded in the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, North Texas has gone crazy. It's only getting bigger and bigger every single year. Frisco's got at least, I think they got like 5 or 6 high schools there. It's crazy.
Hardest job on the golf course might be piloting the blimp today above Aronimink. As we move on in the afternoon, guys, I got to tell you, around lunchtime I was out in the middle of the golf course, and it was just amazing, the spectators that were there and the fans that have come here into the Philadelphia area to see this PGA Championship.
It's a cool course to kind of walk. You see a lot. You can see a lot from a lot of different vantage points. It's really cool. This course has a lot of great elevation changes. Very, not huge, but enough, and it's very slight. It's a very nuanced course. It's really it's fun to watch, I think, for these fans.
Chris Gotterup looking at something over 40 feet here at the 7th, Trey.
This really wasn't that far from being a really nice shot. If he would have maybe carried that another couple paces, he's going to have to work over a ridge. And if he did fly it those extra couple, it would have landed on the backside and started funneling towards the pin. Now he's got his work cut out for him, though. The first 15 feet are uphill, and then it starts running directly away from him, right to left the entire way.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Really nice. Really well done. That's a great touch.
Couple of feet left for par. Coming off the birdie, a hole to go for the world's number 10 player. Gotterup likes to finish, doesn't he?
I think you should finish this every time. It's only about a 18-inch putt.
Yep. And away he goes with another par. Bogeys at 3 and 4. He's come back with the birdie at 6.
I know Fleetwood isn't particularly close to this hole, but this is a very straightforward putt. Should just be moving to his left the entire way.
And it will stop. Foot past.
That never moved left at all.
So another par for Fleetwood. And now Robert MacIntyre. Hunter, you said this has been pretty steady. Now a chance to make a birdie.
Heck of a shot here. He's hit basically all the fairways, greens. Iron game has been really solid. He's had great control. Here was a perfect example. 160 from the fairway, hit it perfectly pin high right where he wanted to. Uphill putt, probably doing nothing. Nice stroke. Well holed, great. He's played great so far.
Sure has. Back to even now. Goes Robert MacIntyre with the birdie here at 7. Well, proud sports tradition here in Philadelphia. Look at this. The NBA, the Wanamaker, and the Stanley Cup. I didn't get to see the Larry O'Brien trophy, but there it is right here on the putting green. And of course, in Philadelphia, they've got a proud sports tradition. It comes with a world famous fan base.
True or false moments in Philly sports history. Phillies fans threw batteries at Cardinals outfielder J.D. Drew.
I would believe that was true, unless it was not batteries and something worse.
That is so outlandish, it has to be true.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's nothing against Philly fans. Luckily, I've been on the good side.
There was a courtroom and a jail under Veterans Stadium.
Oh, I think that's false.
That is actually true.
True. Wow. This must be bad.
An Eagles fan was arrested.
True.
For punching a police horse.
A police horse? That's got to be true.
That is true.
Dang. From San Diego, man, this is tough.
Answer stands.
That is correct. It is true.
I haven't heard the fan side of the story, though.
In 2001, Ty Domi fought Flyers fans inside the penalty box.
Yeah, hockey, true. They love a fight. Yeah, those fans seem like they'd end up inside the penalty box. Yeah, true.
I gotta look that up. That sounds awesome.
All right, Mahan. You've already gotten after the Flyers fans. You might as well just go ahead and cut loose here, right?
Passionate. They're passionate to say the least.
Oh.
Famous or infamous. I mean, they love their sports, man. They love them up here.
As I like to tell everybody, when you come into town with the visiting team, Hunter and Dre, The visiting team is always told they're #1 in Philadelphia.
There's no doubt about it. Had a great tradition of all the sports. I mean, they've been good at so many different times.
Well, here is the challenging 8th, par 3, measuring at 245 today. There have been 48 pars or better today, and 48 bogeys or worse today here at the 8th.
Yeah, it's playing 245 today. It is playing downhill, you know, maybe about 14 yards, but the way the wind is blowing kind of straight back into the players. It was going a little bit kind of left to right. I think right now it's kind of straight back in. And this green is not, you know, just north-south for the players. It comes at an angle, right? So if you do hit a good shot left and you hit it 245, you're going to miss the green to the left. You're going to go over. And so you don't want to be long coming back downhill. We've seen a lot of players kind of short right today, kind of getting hit by that wind a little bit. But this is just a big boy hard hole here. I mean, there's really no, there's just no getting around it. What you're probably trying to do is hit it around 230, kind of right at the tower, and hit it up the middle of the green. That's kind of the play.
So we were telling you about the ridges and the valleys, if you will, in this Donald Ross design. This is the highest point on the golf course, so this is where one of the ridges kind of actually turns. And we're going to join action with the group in front. There are actually 3 groups. One went off the green, and this is the group in front of ours. And this is Colin Morikawa, who's teeing here at the 8th at 1 under.
Oh, lost the grip. Lost the club quickly. Yeah, short right. It's kind of been a popular place today. Right into the face of the bunker. Not sure if it went back in. It's really thick around that area. It could have easily just stuck right there.
Yep. And here's the Irishman Shane Lowry, who is even par today.
Lots of woods, lots of 7 woods. I think guys are hitting, you know, they take the 7 wood and they kind of take the loft off just a little bit. It's basically a 5 wood, but with a little better trajectory. And once again, stuck. Wind just killed it. Stuck it up in the air and pushed it right back again into that bunker.
You can see the flag really whipping
to the right. So hard.
Yep.
I mean, the shot calls for a kind of a low shot, but from the tee, when you're so high up, hitting it low is just literally impossible, right? I mean, it's sort of you wish you had that 15th club and you could get like a 2-iron or something, so you can kind of beat it down low and into that wind, and it can flight a little bit better. Some sort of hybrid here for Victor.
3 over today is Hovland. Two balls in the bunker at the right, and
just heard a go and number 3.
Yep.
It's just a really hard shot, really awkward. It's kind of uncomfortable. That wind just whipping right back into your face.
Well, it sure is, as they make the walk down the 8th. Our group is waiting on the tee as we continue feature group coverage from the 2026 PGA Championship. We rejoin you from outside Philadelphia, first round coverage of the PGA Championship. And Tommy Fleetwood, of course, from Southport, England, picked up his first win on the PGA Tour last August at the Tour Championship at East Lake in Atlanta. And he crossed a hurdle in his career, and he discussed it with us.
I get down on myself as much as anybody does. Like, it's not as if I don't want to cry. It's not as if I don't get angry. It's not as if I don't have all of those negative emotions and negative thoughts.
This is just shocking.
I'm upset now. I'm angry. It hurts.
The last thing you want to do is get to that point and it be a negative, be a stress to you, because there's so many other aspects that'll be adding pressure towards you. Just enjoy it while you're up there chasing something.
The agonizing wait is over. Fleetwood, finally, for everything, the FedEx Cup title.
It's like finally, and it's about time. I do think that's the end of one chapter of a story. Yeah, I want a major. I want multiple majors. I will be fulfilled and both unfulfilled no matter what I think I end up achieving.
And you saw Tommy with Brian Rolap on the green at East Lake. Here's the highest in official world golf ranking without a major. Cam Young, Tommy Fleetwood, Russell Henley, Chris Gotterup, and Robert MacIntyre.
Some pretty good players there. I mean, they've been close. Cameron and Tommy have been there. Tommy's been there multiple times. Cam Young feels like it's inevitable, but hey, winning a major is not easy. You only get 4 chances a year. It's not like, you know, I think Tommy winning a tournament right on the PGA Tour, that felt inevitable.
Right.
But winning majors is hard. You know, you only get so many opportunities and so many things have to come together at the right time.
Chris Gotterup is from Silver Lake, New Jersey. Hunter and Dre, he's out there in shirt sleeves.
Yeah, went to Rutgers.
And watching the wind blow around, I don't know how he's not cold. Because
we're sitting at one of the highest points on this golf course, and I'm pretty cold as it is right here. We need to start moving.
Oh,
look at him.
Look at me.
Yeah, he's soft. PGA Tour has made him. He's probably moved to Florida. He's probably living down there, and just, you know, he's like, standing around doing nothing.
Yep. On comes the sweater. I was getting ready to say. This hole, by the way, and I don't know how you guys saw it in the pre-tournament preparation. I just think this hole got undersold a little bit. We were talking about 11 so much, and the green at 11 that we'll see on the backside, which is, it's diabolical. There's no question, Hunter.
Yep.
But this hole right here, I watched 2 practice groups come through yesterday, and each spent, not just on the tee shot, around the green, spent the better part of 20 minutes working on, Andres, the closely mown areas off the green, and whether to putt or to flip a wedge in or whatever it would take to the places they thought there could be hole placements during the week.
And whenever you have a par 3 that's 245, those back collection areas are going to be a very common play. It's going to be tough to get to today. You're not going to see a whole lot of guys hitting 3-wood off of this tee. It's almost just a pride thing. You don't want to do that. It does play down 13 yards, though.
It's going to be warmer as the week goes on in the forecast. Hunter, we saw them, the group in front of ours, 3 balls in that front right bunker. Do you have to think about club selection and the way you pack your bag every day for this hole now?
You might. I mean, you might have come here, say, a month ago and kind of played this hole a few different times and was thinking maybe at that time it could have been a little warmer, could have been a little cooler. Maybe, you know, thinking, hey, my 7-wood's perfect. But when you add this wind in, all of a sudden it's not perfect at all. But the reality, though, is, too, that bunker is a great place to be. That's not a bad place to be. You're going right back up the slope. It's pretty flat. It's kind of where that flag is. So I don't think that bunker is an issue. I don't think the players think that's the worst place to be. I think long clearly is kind of no man's land. That's where you really don't want to be. I mean, we just saw one guy hit it, 3 guys hit it in the row. I think it tells you that they're okay hitting it in that bunker.
Okay. So they're cleaning things up around the 8th now. Remember the 3 balls in the bunker off the club of Lowry, Morikawa, and Hovland. Here's Bryson DeChambeau looking like he's going up the north slope with Admiral Byrd when he walked in.
What
huh? What in the world?
Oh my god!
And if you look at his card, you think he never warmed up, huh?
What in the world? Well, maybe it was stiff all day. Well, they just couldn't get warm.
Because DeChambeau, who will go out tomorrow afternoon, has finished the day. And to double check, he finishes T141 at 6 over par.
I mean, disappointing to say the least. I mean, it's sort of a disaster, really, for a guy who's one of the pre-tournament favorites.
Yeah.
Pre-tournament Masters favorite. Then he comes here, doesn't play well there, comes here and shoots 6 over. It's kind of bogs the mind on a golf course like this, where it's so open in a sense, right? There's really not that many trees. There's rough, obviously. It's obviously difficult, but for a guy who hits it as hard as he does, I mean, you figure like, well, he can just get it around at 2 over at worst. But no, this is major championship. This is tough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, our foursome here, the 2 at 1 over par, Gotterup and Fleetwood, are T57, and you see the even par T35 for Robert MacIntyre.
It's gonna be really hard to like separate yourself this week. It's just really bunched up from 3 under to 3 over. It's, you know, we're talking about a massive amount of players, so every shot really counts. You cannot take a shot off. You got to be focused and dialed in.
There's Victor Hovland.
Yeah, there's nothing more major championship than, you know, a 5-foot par putter, right?
Yeah.
Got to make these.
And oh boy, that is a 4 over par bogey putt now for Victor Hovland.
Just momentum killer right there. I mean, you could have left there with a little bit of juice, and now it's just a killer. You know, it's like a penalty on 3rd and 2. Now you got 3rd and 7, right? It's just a killer.
And Shane Lowry.
Use the whole hole there.
So that will clear the way for Robert MacIntyre to lead this group.
Trying to be fairly aggressive on the finish.
Here at the 8th.
Hunter, this is not the ideal hole to sit and wait for this long.
I was waiting on that from you, Andres.
They were probably like, can I get Bryson's parka while I stand up here and stay warm?
245 adjusted to 232. Probably playing north of 260.
Great start line. It's the first one we've kind of seen get it out in the right direction, coming back into the hole. Oh, great shot. Hits the green. Hopefully it'll stay there. Easy. Yeah, heck of a shot. Got 25 feet for birdie.
It was a 15-minute wait, Dre, between the birdie putt of MacIntyre and that tee shot.
Look at the smile on his face, like, whew. Happy to get back to playing golf.
You got to be a little bit stiff too with this wind up here.
Yep.
Definitely chilly at the moment.
Got her up with the sweater now, Hunter.
Like you said, it's tour life has made him soft. He's got to put the sweater on. Actually a nice hole for a lefty, right? It kind of works the way the green is shaped and where the wind is. That was a heck of a shot by Robert. Chris loves to fade it.
It's directly back into the wind right now.
Aiming left, as he always does. It's got some sort of fairway metal. It tells you how long this hole is playing right now. Sounded solid. Wind's eating it up.
Wow.
Heck of a shot. Stay.
I don't know.
Stay.
Nope. See ya.
Wow. Going to go all the way to 10 and try to come back there. Well, that was a really good shot. And I mean, that was flighted it right back up into the wind.
Yep.
I didn't land 10, 15 feet away from the hole. Now it's off the green, but really good swing.
And this is less than 3 wood. He's going to have to hammer this and try to drive it down as low as possible.
He's looking almost right of the flag. Definitely going to work it into the wind.
Oh boy.
Tugged it left. It's going left. It's still going left.
It's going to be well off to the left for Tommy Fleetwood here at 8. So after a wait of better than 15 minutes, the walk downhill to the green at 8 as this threesome tries to wrap up their front 9.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
I don't know if it'd be that many.
17.
I don't think it holds that many. But here at the 8th, any of these 3 would gladly hoist the Wanamaker on Sunday night. But first, they're going to have to deal with this. Tommy Fleetwood, you see, is 90 feet away. It's technically around the green complex. It's in the rough on the tee shot here at the par 3 8th. And then MacIntyre is on the green, and Gotterup rolled off into the collection area between the 8th green and the 10th green. And this is the area yesterday, as we were talking a few minutes ago, Hunter, this is the area yesterday that a lot of players were paying attention to because it's just not the normal bill of fare they get in a regular tour stop.
Yes, even this golf course is mostly rough around it. There's very few spots where that all of a sudden it kind of just falls off, and you got this almost fairway type kind of a height around the green. Like you can see that. 2 greens so close to one another, almost sharing a chipping area and stuff. But Chris is actually not really in that bad a spot. He's going back up the hill on his putt. He's already got the putter. There's no reason to really chip that. He's got great touch. That's really not a bad spot. Kind of going right back up the slope all the way up to the flag. But Tommy's got some, studying to do here. He's got a lot of things to figure out.
Yeah, this ball's sitting down in that first cut of rough, and there's going to be a lot of imagination that needs to be involved in this shot. Right when it lands on the green, it's going to want to kick left, and then it's going to have about a 15 feet to where it crests over a ridge and starts running away from him quickly. He's kind of practicing like he may want to try to pitch this into the slope. Oh, now.
Yeah, I think he missed his landing area there. I mean, the rough is so thick, it makes it so challenging to have any sort of control over it. And we just saw that ball just smack back into that first cut that is so tall. Yeah, anything over the green here is just tough. Yeah, like folks at home are probably wondering, like, what was that? He just missed a green with the pitch. And it's like, well, he didn't really have anywhere to land it. There was no flat surface to land it. The only place he could land it was on a sharp angle. And if it was a little short, not enough energy, it's going to hit the slope and actually come back down again. And then he'd have to go back up and over again. So
yeah,
it just shows you the difficulty of these greens. And that was just, I mean, this is a world-class player and just such a hard shot.
Dre, we got a little Thursday afternoon rush hour traffic here. What do we got?
Well, we have the 8th green and the 10th green are so close to each other. Gotterup's ball is right in between them, and the players on hole 10 in the fairway are hitting their second. So Gotterup, with the wind pushing towards them, doesn't seem real keen that they're going to be able to keep this at the flagstick on the 10th. He wants to stay out of the way of these balls.
So Fleetwood will go over to the right rough. The group at 10 is Russell Henley, and JT Poston, and also Kern. And Fleetwood's experience here at the 8th has gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, his ball was just kind of nestled right up against that slope, and he tried to kind of chop it out of there and didn't make good contact and didn't get halfway to the hole.
So 3rd was from the rough.
Hunter, he had to come down so steep on that. You kind of risk the chance of blading it across the green. Gotterup now putter in hand. I like this play. A little bit of a downslope, and he needs to elevate it quickly. So electing to keep it on the ground.
Look out.
Oh boy. Oh boy, easy. I mean, that was he's had great touch today, and obviously that wasn't close to the hole, but boy, that was really shocking. I mean, the wind was down a little bit, but that shouldn't have moved it that much. He just totally misplayed the shot.
Tell you what, these guys had 15 minutes and change in between finishing the 7th and hitting their 8th tee shot, a tee shot at 8. And now all of a sudden the game of inches has turned into a game of yards very quickly. Fleetwood has come out of the rough over the green. Now he's staring bogey, potential double bogey in the face, and MacIntyre's got to stay within his game here, Hunter, right?
Yeah, I mean, you thought the difficulty was just the tee shot, but obviously it's around the greens is a whole nother matter. But Robert had a heck of a shot. Now he's just going back up the slope. You can see the change of color in the green there. That's a little change of grain. We're seeing the back of it, so he's going back up into the green slightly. Even though these are bent, there's still just a slight amount of grain. So it's up and then back down up into the hill. Great speed again, great touch. It's going to be a tap in 3, and that's all he won on hole number 8 here.
Well, it's easy to see why when they played the BMW here in 2018, this was the hardest hole on the golf course.
There's no question about it. I mean, the tee shot's extremely challenging, but then you get up around the greens, and that's a whole new set of issues. It's just so hard to hit it close. Like making 2s just doesn't even seem possible.
Yeah, so much of what Donald Ross built in all of his golf courses, the greens are the real defense around his tracks.
This is 24 feet for par. On what you thought looked pretty good when it hit the ground the first time, right?
Yeah, I mean, the hard part is the tee shot, right? I mean, he hit a heck of a tee shot. Got kind of unlucky for how far it went. Hit pretty close to the flag and just bounded over the green, and then he hit it too hard on his putt, and now he hit it hard again. Now he's got 6-7 feet for bogey.
He's getting ready to give back the birdie.
Yeah, he's just wondering, like, why is every putt I'm hitting on this whole downhill? Like, what's going on there?
Fleetwood is putting for bogey. This is right at 20 feet and change.
Starts running away from him about halfway through, but should start working back uphill towards the green, or towards the hole.
Oh, wow.
Dead center there.
Huh? What a putt for Fleetwood.
Might be a bogey, but that's what you got to do in majors. You just can't give shots away so easily. Got to fight for everything. But that's what happens when you get out of position just that much.
Second bogey of the day for Fleetwood. Some fours are better than others, Hunter.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Especially when you got 9 a par 5, right? You know you can get it back quickly.
Here's MacIntyre for par. Or Gotterup, sorry, Gotterup for par.
Right,
and he rolls it in. Yep.
A frustrating bogey right there after liking that tee shot when it was in the air.
Yep. So bogey puts him back on the +2 mark. Fleetwood's at +2, and now MacIntyre. And this par will look like a birdie, won't it?
Sure feel like one too. I mean, that's especially as easy as it was. Hit a great, some sort of 7-5 wood in there. Really good looking putt. I mean, he's played really solid for these first 8 holes. He's made it look pretty easy.
So we go to the 9th, and before we tee it at the par 5, one thing about this PGA Championship is the Corebridge financial team of PGA professionals that have qualified to be here.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that we appreciate with Corebridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain. Words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you? Chris?
What's up, man? It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
I think the whole experience of just having my family here, and actually as I was practicing, I kept hearing da 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 da, and I turned around and they told me they got Scheffler's autograph, so it was pretty important for them to tell me that.
These are my daughters. They designed my golf balls. This one says Bryce is #1, and it goes a lot farther, I can tell you that, with their love on it for sure. Yeah, it's just a good reminder of what matters.
Good luck this week. Thank you.
That's what makes this week extra special, is you can change your life in just a week.
And the Corebridge financial team, the guy who changed his life at Oak Hill a couple of years ago, Michael Block from Arroyo Trabuco Club in Southern California, is 1 under, playing the front and trying to finish. He's the only member of the Corebridge financial team in red numbers here today, Hunter.
Incredible story. That hole-in-one was unbelievable.
Yep. You see some of the other members of that Corebridge financial team representing PGA professionals from around the country. That's a cool thing they've got at this event. And we go to the 9th now, and this is One big golf hole, guys. 605 on the card. 609 today, Hunter.
Tee shot play is just a little bit uphill. Actually, it plays downhill, luckily, because after that it is straight uphill. Pin is deep in the right corner over there. We've seen quite a few. We've seen a few guys hit it there in 2 today. Another great opportunity for birdie for these players who, coming off of 8, desperately need a reprieve and would love an easier hole and a birdie opportunity. Robert, after the par on 8, playing really good today. Trying to rip driver, starting it left, using the wind, picking up the tee. Loves it, as he should. Just carried that bunker, got a little bit extra roll. Great drive, great opportunity.
Hunter, this is a perfect win, just down off the left for these players.
I'm sitting here looking at some of these yardage stray on the card as Gotterup tees it at 2 over. It's amazing.
Chris looking to start it left, even left of the fairway. Use the wind, uses cut. 189 ball speed, which is just massive. Dead down the fairway.
So's the drive.
Yeah, that was great.
You have that speed, Hunter.
Had?
Never had. That's correct. Tommy, with his normal draw, probably not going to get as much wind help. He's going to fight the wind just a little bit, but great swing. Going dead down the middle of the fairway. It's going to use a little bit more roll. Fairway's still just a little bit soft, not getting that sort of big hop it probably had a couple days ago, but 3 balls in the fairway on a par 5.
Well, Gotterup 343, MacIntyre 336, Fleetwood 320 on the shot lane.
How do you pronounce this and what is it?
I have no idea. Is that like a Philadelphia thing?
Oh, I hit my wood every day, you know what I mean? It's not that though.
Is it someone that clears trees? All right, a hint. It is something that you use to hydrate yourself. Excuse me?
It's definitely not water.
It has to be water.
Oh, is it water like water?
I don't know what I mean. Wooda. Wooda.
Water. Water.
Water. Water. Well, I'm trying to keep the ball out of it every day, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is this accent here in eastern Pennsylvania and into Delaware. And man, have the folks in this region of the country come to Aronimink today. There is an area, Hunter, I noticed that right around the clubhouse, no surprise, right, at a major like that. And the PGA does such a great job. They've got a marketplace area where folks have gathered. They're big screens. They can enjoy lunch if they want, coffee, beer, what have you. And those folks, everybody was happy to be here, just enjoying the day, and rightly so. Now, Andres Gonzalez can tell us that the winds picked up a little bit as the day is unfolded here this afternoon. That's why you saw that the group at 3 under we showed you earlier on our leaderboard, a lot of those were from earlier today. Jaeger, Potgieter, Lee, Satsune, all were pretty much in the clubhouse before we began play. And now they've been joined by Batia, Smalley, and Keimer, who are on the course still this afternoon here at Aronimink.
Yeah, I don't think the morning wave had this kind of blustery winds, right? I mean, winds getting up to over 20 miles an hour right now, and I think it was a little calmer in this morning. It was cooler, obviously, but you take nice calm conditions and a little cooler than what we've got right now. I mean, it's playing pretty challenging.
As you and I were talking yesterday, this is not the back. The back has got teeth. Feels like it has teeth.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Fleetwood has got 286 to the hole after a 320 drive.
Yeah, massive drive.
It plays uphill 12, so roughly 298. Down to 271 to the front, though. Looks like he's got a mini driver in his hand. He does have the firepower to get there.
Wow, that got up quickly. Looked like a really good swing. Flew it onto the green, actually over the green.
Wow.
That was pounded. That was a heck of a shot.
Tommy's going to be beside himself a little bit here, guys. That was too much stick, Dre.
I mean, it's tough to get yourself to hit a 3-wood from down there. That's what Robert MacIntyre has, though. 274 adjusted up to 286. This is hooking back. This is on a great line.
Almost a little unlucky there. Looks like he landed right into kind of that front part of the green, kind of killed the momentum of the ball a little bit. Still on the green, heck of a shot. I mean, he's probably got 40, 50 feet for eagle. Chris Gotterup pin on the right. It's kind of a great.
276 adjusted to the pin.
Yeah, you can see that American flag in the background, whipping left to right. This might not even be a 3-wood. Yeah, look how high that is. Falling to the right.
Look at that.
Hang, easy. Just trickles over the green. Only got 25 feet left there. You can see the ball, so that's a good sign. Really good shot.
Well, we're going to see how some of this game around the 18th or around this 9th green works as it relates to the rough. And PGA professional Joe Hallett, who's from the Vanderbilt Legends Club down in Music City, will join us here in a moment, because we told you at 8 about the relationship between the green, the closely mown areas, if you will, and then the rough. Well, you see there's not as much margin there around the green at 9 for the ball of Fleetwood and Gotterup. Here's Joe Hallett in Frisco, Texas, with more on playing these shots at the green side from the deep rough.
Well, you're so close to the green, but you're so far away is really the way it looks. And one thing that you will find at a lot of courses, and you will find it at Aronimink this week, is kind of a smattering around the green. The grass is definitely long, but you could end up with a fairly good lie that would allow you to play something of a normal chip shot. However, you could end up with something where the ball fell all the way down to the bottom of the grass. And yes, there is a golf ball down there. Now, we've got a couple of players who are in there, and I can tell you're going to find 2 different techniques, but there is one similarity you're going to see, and that is they are going to put a really full effort swing for a really short shot. I mean, they're going to almost give it all they got here to get the ball out. The reason is if you don't do that, you're going to have the opportunity to hit the same shot again. So when you're around the green, the fear sometimes is, I don't want to swing that hard. It's okay to swing that hard. The worst that's going to happen, the ball comes out a little bit long, but you're going to get out of the trouble zone that you're in. And the real key here is maybe you make the putt, but you don't have to hit that shot again. Use some speed. It's all you need.
Joe, thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, Joe's home course, the Vanderbilt Legends Club, is a Tom Kite Bob Cup design, Hunter, that was opened in the early 1990s in a terrific facility just south of Nashville in Franklin, Tennessee. Great to have him with us on our coverage here from Aronimink down in Frisco. Natalie Sheehan in the mornings and Joe in the afternoons with us. So Fleetwood will play from the rough, as will Gotterup here at the 9th.
Oof. Almost like a mini driver there. It definitely wasn't a 3-wood. Just hammered it, carried it probably. The shot went over 300 yards, but I mean, carried at least 270, 275. Gotterup with some sort of probably 5 with that 7-wood, carrying, using the wind, carrying it all the way back to the flag. Close to just kind of staying up in that first cut in that fringe, but heck, being only 25 feet for eagle, he'll take that. That was a really great shot.
Yep. Might not know it where it is, but Fleetwood's taken the vest off and put a sweater on as the afternoon is unfolded here.
This ball's sitting down quite a bit, so a little bit of a guess on how it comes out, but very quick once it gets to the green.
And this is on the way, and oh boy. It's almost like Tommy heard Joe's lesson. Huh?
Just got to give it enough. Don't be afraid of it. Great shot.
He'll have this left for birdie.
He'll be happy with the 4 there.
It'll be the first birdie of the day for Fleetwood to finish his front.
Well, this ball's right up against the long stuff. He just needs to plop this club right down behind the ball and just have it come up in the air just a little bit. If he can get this to really land right where he wants to, has a chance to knock this in. Grain's going with him.
Look at this. Another one that'll be easy tap in. Maybe a foot for Gotterup. And there's another birdie, Hunter.
They're making it look easy. Exactly what you want. You know, you'd love to just on 9, a par 5, you'd love to turn knowing you're going to play the back 9, which is going to be difficult, but those boys played it extremely well. Easy 4s, get out of there, get a little momentum for yourself.
Yep. Well, here's a little drama. See if MacIntyre from 50 feet can make an eagle.
A little bit of a half pipe in this green, raised on the right side and raised on the left, and he's a little closer to the right hand side of this green, so he should be moving a little bit to his left. Uphill at the beginning and may want to start working back down towards the hole the last 10 feet or so, so fairly level.
Pretty flat by the hole, isn't it, Dre? It's not much going on. It's just getting it up there.
No, it's really flat around the hole. I think if you were to get it 3 feet left of it, which isn't very likely for someone with his putting prowess, it would start to work away, but Up near the hole, very level.
Oh, it's kind of what you were talking about. It was just losing speed, and that middle part kicked it hard left way more than he thought.
Just outside of that comfort range. Gonna need to give this his full attention.
It would take him to -1 after the birdie at 7. Got him back to even. Made par at 8. Well, his playing partners are both making birdie, or bogey rather. And now here's Robert MacIntyre with a chance to be T14 through 9 holes.
He's played really well this front 9. I think he's hit it almost every fairway, every green. Been very methodical. Yeah, great stroke there. It's well played. It's a great 9 holes.
2 putt from 50 feet for MacIntyre. And he is going to be -1 after 9 holes here at the PGA Championship. And we turn to the back. They're going to walk down to where 10 and 1 are teed together, and you see the 10th is a par 4. It's the second time they see water. First hole of it in play. And then the 11th has got somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 bunkers on it. And then 12 is another par 4. 4 par 4s to start the back, just like the front. And it's the 8th easiest hole in 2018 when the tour made a stop here. And now here's the combo tees, if you will, at 1 and 10. The 10th fairway kind of starts on this after it was extended. It went from 445 to 470 in the Gil Hansen Joe Wagner redesign. It changes the landing angle. So normally the old 10th tee, the fairway hit the tee box straight on. The new 10th tee, it's almost like, Dre, it's got to cut in from the left here. And I think the scoring is reflected at only 10 birdies today. It's playing 4.46 on stroke with 50 bogeys and 68 pars and 10 others so far today in this first round.
And this isn't an ideal win for these players with the way that this fairway is sloped. The entire fairway moves down towards the left, and once you get across the crest out there, even with the bunkers, it runs down away from you to the left-hand side. Easy to get into this left rough.
So if you see those folks here, Hunter, standing behind the sign that says 10 with the yardage on it, that's where the old tee box was. So the angle is now sharply to the left side. Just creates it's a vision thing as much as it is a golf thing, if you will.
Yeah, you're shooting across the fairway a little bit more now, right? You can kind of see the fairway in front of you, and now you're going to start it right, like
man, look at
Robert
that.
just did. The wind's pushing it to the left. The fairway's going to the left. This was one of the hardest fairways to hit back in 2018. Just going to be a tough, challenging hole, but Robert swinging awesome today. Another fairway hit. Really great shot. This actually might be kind of easier for Chris. He's going to hit it up into the wind, so it's going to kind of, his cut's going to smack right into the wind and kind of keep it probably a little bit straighter.
Hunter, it took a while for that ball to push MacIntyre's ball away from that bunker. That had his attention for a long time.
Uh-oh.
All right.
That's our job there, Chris. Whoa. Nope.
Got a lot to store in those bags.
He's going to need to get lucky over there with that tree.
Yeah, the right of the fairway kicks it further right. You know, this is just a tough hole. There's nothing helping you. Everything is pushing you away from where you're trying to go.
Over there where Gotterup's ball is too. Now he's going to be playing back towards the water on the left as well. So he's going to have a tough time, especially if the lie is not very good.
Tommy loves to draw it. Starts left, going left.
There's penalty area down there.
Marshall's right on top of it. Boy, I mean, it was, the guys were striping it, and all of a sudden you come to 10. It's one of the hardest fairways to hit on this golf course, and just only one ball in the fairway. We got one left, we got one right.
So MacIntyre is in the fairway with a drive of almost 300 yards. Gotterup and Fleetwood. Hope they got a good bounce when we come back to Philadelphia.
Want to know why Wanamaker is the name of this trophy? It goes back to a Philadelphia businessman named Rodman Wanamaker. Back in 1916, he encouraged the new PGA of America to hold an annual tournament. He put up the prize money and lent his name to the trophy that went to the winner way back then, and still does, over a century later.
Chris Gotterup here at the 10th. Put it into the rough on the right side. Boy, even just from our camera angle here, it looks like his stance is going to be compromised the whole 9 yards. I mean, let alone the swing. See the ball here. Hits, and youngster in the gray hoodie. Did you take one on the shoe?
Yeah, right on the shoe.
See, I got this great souvenir golf ball. You think he'll let me have that ball in exchange for the one I bought? Hey, look at that.
What do you think I'm doing?
What do you think I'm doing? You're on TV, kid. Right?
I got this. He's like, I got this.
Yeah.
I don't need your help.
I don't need anybody's help. I'm good. He's signing autographs if Gotterup makes eagle or something here, knocks it in.
Well, he's got a great lie. I mean, my goodness, he looks about 4 feet left and would have been thick, but that's all trampled down by all the fans, and we can see the whole ball.
Trey, what kind of angle here, huh?
I think he's just going to have to punch out to the fairway. There is a gap right of the main stump of the tree right in front of him, and there's about a 10-foot window, but he'd have to hook it about 25 yards. It's a shot that you'd hit every single time when you're playing with the boys on a Tuesday, but this is a PGA Championship. He's just going to put this back out to the center of the fairway, I believe. All right, he just waited for the fairway to clear at the 9th. And now just looking to get this back into position, trying to find his favorite number to this pin that's up on a little plateau on the right half of this green.
Looked like he played that safe, Hunter.
Yeah, that was a good shot. I mean, it looks like he's in the fairway on the left side. The pin is up on the right side, so he'll have a good angle, have plenty of green to sort of work with there. But it's a tough shot, right? You look at, he's above those, you see the trees right there. He's above the ground. He can't really go, he can't go high because of that angle, right? So he's got to hit it kind of a low burner, but you got to carry it far enough where you carry all that rough, right? So he doesn't have too much control of the distance.
So Fleetwood, despite headed toward the penalty area, Dre stayed up.
He did here, Wes, and he could not have asked for a better lie in this rough. The ball's slightly above his feet. He's going to need to work around the branches hanging over the left-hand side just a little bit.
Finish it better than that. Yeah, this way.
I have to maybe cue up the draw.
Well, he's got the wind helping off the right. Got the lie going from right to left. He likes to play a normal draw. The ball's going to be up above his feet quite a bit, though, which does make this more challenging. And he's got to think where he wants to play it. I mean, that water's sitting right there. Even the lie is good. It's still in the rough. Sounded like pretty good contact.
Line.
Oh, my. Toward the front of the green.
Yeah, really good shot.
Yep.
Probably just got held up by that wind a little bit.
So Fleetwood, who had inside of 200 yards. Here's MacIntyre, who's been waiting in the fairway. He's 180.
And does play hit downhill about 3 paces. Wind in from the right.
Holding the follow through, and for good reason.
Irons have been good today.
Yep.
Coming off the swing on 8, the swing on 7. He's been pretty dialed in. Him and his caddy have had great feel and instincts for this win, for how the distance is playing. They've been really on top of it.
It's going to be straight up the slope on the green here at 10. 2 birdies in the last 3 holes for 29-year-old Robert MacIntyre from Scotland. You see Gotterup over on the left side now with caddy Brady Stockton after his punch out. Left him 97 yards to the hole.
There's not a lot of room up on this right-hand side where this pin's located. It falls off quickly right of the hole, just a few paces. And over to the left, there's a little ridge that falls off to a little bowl in the back left center of the screen. So it needs to be very accurate here.
The only thing we get is lie. Like, it'd be harder to fight.
Sounds like they're talking about, hey, are we going to fly this all the way up there, or do we want to give this a little bit more of a skid shot? Kind of looks like they're going with the skid. Looks like the ball's kind of back in the stance, looking left of it. Doing a little lower. I was trying to get it to run back up there, and it just stuck right into the ground there. Not a bad shot, but still got 20 feet for par.
So that'll leave Gotterup on the green. Gotterup 16 feet away. MacIntyre about 9 feet away. Tommy Fleetwood also in the neighborhood. Rory McIlroy has wrapped his day 4 over 74. Here's his thoughts after round 1.
Rory McIlroy is with us at the 108th PGA Championship. Rory, how would you describe your opening round? All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just not driving the ball well enough. I mean, it's been a problem all year for the most part. I miss it right, and then I want to try to correct it, and then I'll overdo it, and I'll miss it left, and it's a little bit of back and forth that way. So that's pretty frustrating, especially when, you know, I pride myself on driving the ball well.
Only 5 fairways, 34 putts, 4 over 39 on the back for McIlroy.
Well, his front 9 too, right? The front 9 he was 4 over, and that's the 9 you want to kind of make hay on. Bogey 9. You know, where we just saw guys make a couple birdies, just feels like he left 2 shots out there. So disappointing, but I feel like he's going to come back pretty strong tomorrow.
Fleetwood from 56.
When you see that spine he was chipping over right there, that was a heck of a shot. Last 2 chips have scared the hole.
You'll have that left for 4. Tommy looked like he was headed, Dre, for real trouble, and he saved it. Gotterup hit it way right, and now he's got, what, 16 feet for par here.
And moving to the left the whole way, but it is uphill. It's so tough, Hunter, when you were talking about him trying to figure out if he wanted to fly it all the way there or skid it back. Landing it in that Utz slope, it didn't really matter unless he took a couple clubs off and really de-lofted it with not a lot of speed. It was going to be tough to get that thing to get all the way back to the hole.
Yeah, might have had sort of an awkward yardage there where he didn't feel like comfortable with flying it to the hole. We've seen quite a few wedges have kind of flown near the hole, then skidded and bounced away so quickly. So it's a tough shot. I mean, there's really no easy shots to these flags. Hoping to have a major championship par here. This is kind of what you got to do in some tournaments like this, is just figure it out as you're out there.
Had a pretty good idea of what this putt does after watching Fleetwood's ball land and release out. So putting back up the slope, I think he can be fairly aggressive here. Doesn't have to worry about it getting away from him all that much.
Looking over at 8, trying to figure out who's away, who's doing what. You hate to be over it if someone makes a putt and the crowd goes crazy.
Is going to need to give away the right edge of this hole, though.
And
just gave too much of it away. Just did not want to go left. It's hard to not think it's going to go with that spine on your right side there.
there's a bogey, and you see it's been a little bit of everything in 10 holes.
Not many, yeah, not many pars. Yeah, you just hate to lose momentum after birding 9 there. I mean, those are just kind of just killers.
He's back to +2 for a 3rd time today.
Yeah, it's one of the few holes where there's got trees on it, right? He hit it in the rough, and that's not a crazy thing out here on this golf course. You still get it on the green, but he had tree trouble, right? There's not many trees, but he missed the one fairway with a bunch of trees on it, and he had to pitch out.
MacIntyre for what would be his 3rd birdie in 4 holes.
He's been playing well today. He's locked in on his irons.
Not on the exact same line as Gotterup was, but was definitely quick to come in here and see what it did.
It's clear he doesn't do much by the hole. It just doesn't go. It just hard to believe it for these guys. This ball is just not going to go at the hole.
He'll remain 1 under. Log jam at 1 under. There are 10 guys at that mark.
Yeah, to the right of him, there's that spine. You can kind of see it, and it's just the ball is just not moving off of it. It seems so obvious, but boy, right by the hole, it's just not going to do it.
Here's Fleetwood. It's to save par.
And just needs to keep this inside the left edge.
And does. It's a par for Fleetwood. He'll stay at +1. And here we go to number 11. Maybe the most discussed par 4 of the whole golf course prior to today.
Yeah, very true. It's only 420 yards, one of the easiest fairways to hit for the players historically. But the green is got a lot of stuff going on it. There's not many pins on this green because it has so much slope. Huge false front. Anything short of the green is going to come back 50, 60 yards, so you don't want to leave there. See all those arrows. This green has just a ton of slope. You're going to see some redundancy in the pins probably this week. They're going to have to put them in kind of similar spots and similar corners. So once you hit the fairway, you got to be real precise, going very uphill on this hole.
Saw the pin location, 23 on, 9 from the left. I would expect it to be left or somewhere in that direction of center all week long. However, you've got the putt view chart over there. Is there anywhere right they can put this pin and have a chance at this event, Hunter?
Yes, ish. I mean, I think they're going to. I think they're going to, you know, I think they're going to. I mean, I think they will. There's probably one. But like I said, it's going to be kind of redundant here this week. You're going to see them at deep left and maybe one to the right. I mean, there's a tiny little pocket there, but it is suspect.
MacIntyre off the par at 10.
This is heading right. That's going to be trouble.
Oh, by the way, another feature of this hole, Dre, 20 bunkers, most of any hole on the golf course. We talk about the green, don't forget the 20 bunkers.
Wes, tell me something positive here. Let's go.
I think this is, it's why it was the most discussed hole on the golf course leading up to today. Now I think 8 is its neighbor.
No, it's the toughest. This isn't really the toughest hole. It's like I said, it's one of the easier fairways to hit. It's kind of one of the wider ones, but with kind of the way the wind's kind of blowing and everything, it's just interesting. You can make a mess of it real quick if you don't pay attention.
Here's the fairway for Fleetwood.
Bombed it down the middle, just as high a draw. He's dead middle of the fairway, flat. Fairway's pretty flat, but it plays about 8 to 10 yards uphill.
So Tommy's in the fairway for the second time in his last 4 drives.
Yeah, the wind's totally helping though, so that's going to make this hole definitely easier.
Gotterup.
Flirting with the right edge.
He's going to be in the neighborhood of one of those 20 bunkers on that right side. Well, we gave you the layout here at the par 4 11th. Ken Brown now on why the green at 11 is so diabolical.
I'm on the 11th green. It's the shortest par 4, and you come into this green with a short iron as well, and it's very difficult to know where you can put the flags. But I think that probably I put the cones out, 2 on this right hand side there, little flattish bits. It's the slopiest green on the golf course, and as a result it's one of the quickest. Slopes from back to front generally. Then there'll be a couple on this left side without any doubt at all, maybe even 3. There's so few spots to put the flag. One at here the back left, and you're always worried coming in with a short iron to get the trajectory right and spin it not too much, because if you get too much spin on this green, you're in all sorts of trouble. Innocuous, I think I'll just use this back bank, chuck it up the back bank there. And well, it'll trickle back to the flag. Well, you think it might. Then there's the one just over the bunker, front left widge. You have a quick look at this little ledge where the flag is cut there. Very small little area. And you drift a fraction to the right here, and the ball trickles down, a little bit too much backspin. And then suddenly, what's going to happen here? See the ball I chucked to the back of the green? Here she comes. Just a little too strong. And, well, that one was lucky. I thought that was going to run off the front of the green. This one's gone. So this 11, you can't believe it. So few pin positions, even from the back of the green, that nearly ran off the front. When it goes down the hill, look, way, way, way down there. Amazing green, a lot of head scratching going on. You can see the caddies looking at their yardage books back there. Where on earth are we going to hit the ball on this green? It's fantastic, it's edgy, tricky. When you're down on that fairway, just flicking it in, you're praying the ball doesn't spin too much.
There it is.
Well done by the great Ken Brown.
I would, edgy, tricky would be probably better words than diabolical.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I tell you what helps is the wind. The wind kind of downwind today helps sort of take that spin off of it. I mean, these guys are only going to have, you know, Tommy's only going to have probably 120 yards or so. So he'll be able to control the ball pretty well. I expect a pretty good shot from him. But the guys out of position are going to have a little bit less control. So they're going to have to really think about where they want this ball to end up and sort of where do we want to make a mistake if we do.
MacIntyre in the bunker. Gotterup in the rough here, Dre.
Yes, MacIntyre's got a tough shot coming up too. He has to get it up very quickly. Unfortunately, he's close enough that he's going to have a very lofted club, but just that in the back of the mind, knowing that it needs to get up, you kind of help it up just a little bit. It's very easy to hit this shot a little bit heavy.
Robert walking around and kind of getting set before he steps back in, because if you're going to go all the way there, you better have a plan, huh?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's you sort of got the yardage and then you're figuring out what the
he and caddy Michael Burrow talking numbers here.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out, hey, what can we get out of the bunker and can that get there? You know, you got to get out first. First things first.
Hunter, even if he clips it just how he wants to and it gets up in the air, it does get all the way there. This ball is going to have a fair amount of spin. The only thing that's helping him is that's a little bit downwind.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Is it going to move? Here it comes. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good. You just don't know, do you?
So MacIntyre on the green here at 11.
Gotterup's ball's sitting down quite a bit here, so he's going to need to chop down on this pretty steep with a fair amount of force. Good news is coming in from that right-hand side out of that rough, long left of this hole. If it does manage to get past it a little bit, there is a backstop about probably 9 paces back all the way up to the fringe, but it's hard to roll it all the way up there, because that's where the higher you get, the more speed it's going to get momentum on the way down.
How's the wind, Dre?
Wind is laying down just a little bit. I'd say it's probably 7 to 10 miles an hour, but directly at his back at the moment.
All right. Feels like these next couple of holes will determine the afternoon fate of Chris Gotterup, doesn't it? I mean, 12 is a par 4, 13 another par 4, and then you get 3, 4, 5, 3, 4 par to finish.
Now this lie is going to be a little bit of hack and hope. Hopefully it comes out on the right line. Here's this slope we were talking about.
Yep. Yeah. It's going to roll back, and here she comes. Here we go. How about that?
Yeah, he's going to be pumped about that. That was judged beautifully. I mean, it's exactly what they were trying to do. That was awesome.
You called it, Dre.
He made great contact out of it. You kind of heard it. You kind of heard him hit the ball. Look at that ball just release out of there.
How much of that shot right there for him was determined in his practice work, Hunter?
Yeah.
And Fleetwood knocks it stiff.
Yeah, that's why you have practice rounds, and that's why you play. You probably put some balls in that right rough, knowing that he's kind of a peeler. He kind of fades it, so he's going to be on that right side, and that right side's the side you want to be on.
So Fleetwood to 11 feet for birdie. And here's Tommy Fleetwood.
Only had 80, 90 yards. You can see how flat that ball's coming up because it's such a steep slope going up there. Kicked right when it landed. Probably a little bit unlucky there, but great distance control downwind. Great opportunity.
So these guys come to the green at the 11th, each of them with birdie putts. And Chris Gotterup is 2 over par. Fleetwood 1 over. MacIntyre 1 under. Leaderboard has got 6 players at 3 under par. Here's now with the balls in place for birdie putts. We'll look at how they fit on this 11th green. Ken Brown showed you the big arc. Hunter talked about it. It is incredibly back to front tilt from the far right side. It's not as severe from that area where Gotterup threw it on the bank and came back. It just happened to be that was the right slope for him. If you're over on the left side, after seeing it yesterday, you see that the left kind of layers out a little bit, and then the further you go up the hill, it comes back down harder.
Yeah, like Ken showed us, it's like the more momentum, the more speed you got coming up there, it's the way it comes back down. It's just more momentum carrying it back to the front. So that's why Chris's shot was so spectacular. Out of the rough to have that control was really impressive.
Hunter, this is the longest putt on the green, and I would argue that this is the best approach shot that there was out of those, just based on difficulty.
Yeah, that fairway bunker was really incredible. That lip was pretty close to him. He had to get it up so fast.
On the proper level now, too. It will be moving to the right the whole way, but great shot.
On the way from MacIntyre with some speed, but falls off short.
Under control seems like the word that I think of him today. I mean, he's just been lots of tap in pars, which is what you want in a major championship, especially on these greens, especially on this course. He's played extremely well.
2 birdies and a bogey so far on the day for MacIntyre.
Yeah, his first sign of trouble there, hitting in that bunker, and he played it out beautifully. Still hit it up on the green, still got it 2-putt 4 and got out of there.
Yeah, he'd hit every fairway on the golf course until then. Fleetwood to try and pick up his second birdie in 3 holes here.
I'm about to cup outside on the right edge. Is a little bit quick. Little gust there maybe made his ball wobble just a little bit, but it did not move. Gusts always make you a little bit more uncertain. You just have to commit to this line.
Go. Just wow. Left it short from 11 feet, right in the jaws. That's frustrating.
Par for Fleetwood, still one over. Got her up for birdie.
Well, Westy said that this was going to kind of dictate his back nine here, and maybe today, and he put himself in great position to get this thing going.
Sure did.
I don't see anything to this.
And he made it. Bogey, birdie, bogey, birdie in the last 4 holes for Gotterup. And he's back to one over. And on to 12 we go. 461 yards today. Demands a precise drive, Hunter.
Downhill tee shot. Chris missing the last few fairways. Got to get this one back into play. If he does, he's going to have a great opportunity to get an iron in his hand and get another birdie here. His pin position on the middle left. Only 20 on, about 5 off from the left. The wind is going to be helping these players from the right. But on this hole, hitting the fairway, these bunkers, fairway bunkers are definitely going to be in play. Yeah, fairway sloping left.
These guys from this fairway will see one of the least sloped greens on the golf course today, too.
Wind directly off the right at the moment. The first set of bunkers on the left and the right are not really in play. 260 to carry the ones on the right.
You let it go here.
Well, it looks like he's got
3-wood.
Yeah, it's one of those like 3-wood driver things. Teeing a little bit lower. Look at that. He's going with the draw on this one. Yeah, that was only 169, so that was definitely 3-wood. He was definitely short. He was trying to hit short of those bunkers. They're about 310 out from them, so he was trying to hit it short of that. Smart. Just after making birdie, get the ball back in play. Get another iron in your hand. Let's make some. Let's create some momentum on our side. Create some rhythm.
Yeah, because remember after the birdie at 9, he went right rough at 10.
Yep.
Didn't recover. Made bogey. Now birdie at 11.
Yeah,
he's great birdie at 11.
Yeah, he's got the distance with that kind of 3-wood slash driver. And it looks like Robert doing the same thing. He's got 3-wood here. You can see much smaller.
This is another fairway that's very inviting. It looks wide from this tee box. This is quick to the right.
Yep. Way out there.
That's close to the 15th green.
I was getting ready to say, is that in play at the 15th?
Definitely had some fans over there turning around, not really knowing where it was. Hopefully they're not picking it up thinking it's a souvenir.
Somebody gonna play the wrong ball in the Saturday morning game at the club, huh?
Oh, Tommy going way left on this one.
And we've got it surrounded.
Yep. That's so we got one in the middle of the fairway from Chris Gotterup. MacIntyre's gone right, Fleetwood's gone left, and we're back to Philadelphia in a moment.
Picking a major winner out of a field of 156 players has proven astonishingly hard, but we're going to break it down for you, and thankfully, numbers help. Only 5 golfers in the stroke play era have won the PGA Championship in their debut appearance. Everyone making their PGA debut this week is out. 55 of the last 56 major champions were ranked inside the top 50 of the official World Golf Ranking. Not only do you need to have previous experience, you need to have played well. 13 of the last 16 PGA champions had a top 20 finish at the PGA Championship within the previous 2 years. Recent major form, equally important. Each of the last 4 PGA champions had multiple top 10 finishes over the previous 6 majors. Almost there. 3 of the last 4 PGA champions were top 5 in scoring average on the PGA Tour. And finally, 2 players remain, Rory and Scotty. But each of the last 10 PGA champions represented the USA.
And great stuff from Jeff Darlington. Scotty Scheffler, who won a year ago at Quail Hollow. You see 34 on the front, all 7 fairways, and just 14 putts. As he gets ready to tackle 10, 11, and 12. And here we are at the 12th. Robert MacIntyre well right. Gotterup in the fairway and Fleetwood to the left. And I'm going to guess that of the MacIntyre-Fleetwood conversation, it might be a coin toss as to who's got the tougher work assignment here. But that's why we have Andres Gonzalez with us on the golf course today.
Yeah, we've got a lot of ground between these two. I'd say it's over 100 yards between MacIntyre and Fleetwood. MacIntyre's lie isn't great, but he's definitely going to be able to get a club on it.
Okay.
It's kind of right where everybody's trampled down. The grain is into him just a little bit. From 187, I don't think he's going to have a problem getting this to the green. It's just a matter of finding the proper line, because with the people in front of him and all around him, he's not going to be able to see where he's hitting this.
Yeah, we got Fleetwood here on camera at 162 on the left side, while MacIntyre. Dre, we may have to have you tell us when he makes the swing here. We haven't gotten a look at it yet from a camera.
Well, I believe Tommy Fleetwood's going to go first.
Okay.
162. cart path area, so he's going to be able to get a clean shot on this. Just needs to keep it down and hooking.
Nope. That carries across. Didn't look like it hooked very much or enough, certainly. And ends up, I think, in that right bunker on the green side here at 12th. So Fleetwood at 1 under par with an even back going might be in trouble here at 12th. And this is MacIntyre's approach shot, and that's on the green. Goodness. Oh, that's Gotterup. I beg your pardon, from the fairway.
Probably a little disappointing for Gotterup, being middle of the fairway there, and he hit it that far right, kind of into a flag where he can kind of hoist it up against the wind and kind of attack that flag a little bit, but on the green. And this golf course is never a bad idea.
You can see MacIntyre, if you look closely here, you can see MacIntyre in the striped shirt. He is over on the other side of the green at 15 here, it looks like.
Talking to a rules official.
Trey. So he hit it on the 12th tee. Dre, what happened here?
He's about 7 paces left of the 15th green.
Okay.
And behind the green is the TV tower, and that is in line with his visual sight line of the pin. So he's going to get relief moving over to the left.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting on how he gets this drop. The lie was pretty good, so it's really going to be drop dependent on whether or not he's able to get a clean strike on it. If he would have played it just how it was, I think it would have been fairly simple.
So somewhere from over there, MacIntyre is going to hit his second here at 12.
Well, where he is moving his tees to drop it, it is definitely thicker rough than where his ball was.
Yeah. The rules official is Simon Higginbottom, who was over there helping at the 12th. And Simon is from Surrey, England, representing the DP World Tour here. So there's the angle, and you kind of see where he is behind the tower. And
well, he was able to drop it twice, and on his second drop, he has a very nice lie now. I don't think there was any difference in that and where his ball originally was. So now he's got a clean line of sight as well as a nice lie. So,
and the ability to Dre here to use the gun to get the number, right? Or at least some version of the number.
Yeah, this helps the caddies a ton, because just imagine the caddy trying to get a number after all this going up there. He's got to create, he's got to do the Pythagorean theorem to kind of get the right number and then right angles to figure out how far his player is. Now they can just shoot it and go like, oh, I know exactly how far we are. It saves you quite a bit of time, a lot of stress for the caddy.
Kudos to Mahan for getting Pythagorean theorem into the.
I was thinking, should I say it? Am I going to mess it up? But I felt like I nailed it.
We haven't talked about Higo and the whole deal there today either, so you've done well.
Oh, well, thank you.
You had a lot to add for that. I mean,
we can get there if we need to, but this is
Let's see what happens here. Big swing from MacIntyre.
187.
Oh my goodness. All things considered, that's not bad.
It's not bad. It's going to leave himself kind of an awkward shot with kind of off that fairway where it's not much grass. It's hard going to be to put a lot of spin on that shot, but he was trying to hook it probably back onto the green, but like you said, not the worst thing right now.
So Gotterup you see on the green, and Fleetwood over there as we wait on MacIntyre to arrive here. Dre, I don't know if you're aware of this. We talked about it yesterday in our preparation for this first round of the PGA Championship, and since you got into the Pythagorean theorem today, Hunter, how about the Liberty Christian team that you coach winning the 6A state title in Texas?
How about our boys?
Huh?
That was awesome.
Look at Coach Mahan on the right.
Yeah, they killed it. They killed it on Tuesday to win. It was a 2-day event. 604, 606 was St. Thomas out of Houston. So it came down to really the last hole, and the boys delivered.
Congratulations,
Coach.
Well, thank you.
Nice job, Coach.
That was awesome.
Tommy Fleetwood from that rough on the right, nicely done. He was in the bunker after the shot from the left rough.
Yeah, the boys Aaron Sung, Luke Houston, Jonas Sullivan, Tice Fossum, and Hunter Little got it done for Liberty Christian. It was a lot of fun. I want to make sure I got their names in. They would have yelled at me if I didn't. But
Congratulations to those young guys.
Great job by Tommy there. Long bunkers to fly it that far and put that much spin on it. It's so good. That's why he is who he is.
So here's MacIntyre waiting on his third, Dre.
I don't want any part of this shot.
I knew that was coming.
I was just thinking, it's like, boy, the putter would be the easiest play for me.
If you had to sign up for part of it, Dre, which one part do you want?
I'd like the putter, but he went straight to the wedge. There wasn't even a thought. So he obviously knows where the bottom is. And these days, I don't really know where it is. It's a little more of a searching game.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. I mean, it is so perfect there. I mean, you can kind of, it's almost like you can see every blade and the texture of it's incredible.
Yeah, green is sloped away from him. Once he gets to it, needs to throw a lot of spin on this. Wow.
Oh, that's terrific. Another great shot from a tough spot, huh?
Yeah, that's a do not try at home there, folks. You're just going to blade it right into your plating partner. Gosh, that was good. I can't believe how high he was able to get that. Such a short distance. Just bruised the ground there. It's not even a divot. It's so good.
He'll have a chance to save par. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Hunter, Gotterup's got to be disappointed. This is 35 feet from 161. He knocked it there.
Still got it to pin high. Maybe tried to get it to draw a little bit, but that false side where we just saw MacIntyre play from, that's easily in the back of someone's mind. You don't want to get too aggressive. Now back uphill, breaking to his left.
Maybe short, 4 feet to the par. Fleetwood's got 6 feet left for his par. I think he'll be next here at the 12th.
Yeah, pretty good bunker shot. That right greenside bunker is very deep. He could not see the surface of the green, so had to use a lot of imagination and really just using the flag stick and trying to land it as close to it as possible with a lot of spin.
For the par. And he got it.
That's a really nice up and down there.
Yep.
Let's take a deep breath on that one.
Tommy stays +1, even on the back. MacIntyre for his par.
Definitely taking his time on this putt. After that shot, you want to make sure you convert there.
Yep. Robert is deliberate as a putter anyway.
At a major championship in these greens, you know, you want to be confident with your read. You don't want to go into these putts with any second thoughts.
And rolls it in.
It's a heck of a 4 right there.
Yep.
Heck of an up and down.
And Robert MacIntyre stays at 1 under. And he is one of at least a dozen at that number this afternoon. There is a whole board of people within 2 shots.
Yeah, it's a thick leaderboard. I mean, you got to fight for every shot out here. You don't want to give anything away because that's going to cost you, might cost you 20 spots.
Gotterup, his par. So he remains at 1 over, as does Fleetwood. MacIntyre at 1 under.
10 off the numbers, 253.
And we play on into the final 2/3 of this back 9, and you see 6 players are tied for the lead, including Justin Thomas and Martin Keimer. Aldrich Potgieter was first in the building with a 67 today. Stephen Yeager not far behind him, with Minwoo Lee adding on. You see plus 82 on the front, plus 203 the combined scores front to back. And Hunter, to your point, the back's playing a lot rougher. And Scotty Scheffler is 2 under through 10 holes, the defending champion from Quail Hollow a year ago. Now to the par 4 13th, and this one is 365 today. You can play it short or you can bomb it. And 365 might be some guys' target line today. You see 346 to that front bunker on the right.
Yeah, this hole is really pin dependent, right? You got to figure out where the flag is and then kind of work back from there. Do you want to push it up there? Because if you hit it right, you really have no chance to be able to attack that flag because it's so front right there.
Looks like an iron in the hand of Gotterup.
Yeah, I love this play for him. I think this is the way to do with that flag position.
260 to those bunkers that are crossing.
Draw again. Just fine.
That's where you hit the iron. You get a little bit more, bang for your buck there. A little more. Hey, if I do hit it bad, where's it going to be? It's time to build some momentum off 11. Get the good par in the last hole. Let's build some good vibes. Let's hit the fairway. Let's give ourselves another birdie putt.
It's going to have inside 100 yards or right in that neighborhood, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to get it too close and not be able to control the spin of the ball with a flag. It's only 6 on and 4 from the right.
And here's MacIntyre with a hybrid. Maybe a 7 wood, right?
Yeah, coming really high. Popped right down in the middle of the fairway. Yeah, these boys don't want to overcomplicate this hole. This is probably going to be shortest par 4 out here. Let's take advantage. You know, you don't really gain anything off the tee. You want to be able to attack this with your iron.
And Fleetwood.
I love the design of these bunkers on one half of it, and you can push it up the right-hand side here. That's where he's headed.
And 3 for 3 on fairways. Here for our group at 13. The par 4. Scoreable hole, we'll find out. Robert MacIntyre 1 under. Well, some of the locals here in the neighborhood of Aronimink Golf Club. That is the 13th green and the 14th tee. And someone's backyard got a big old platform, Hunter, as they say in the South. And that's a non-ticketed platform, as they say, right? Come up there, you check your messages, you can see the action. Now, yesterday they had the platform there, and they've been thinking safety first, like we all should, and put the big railing up.
Yeah, there wasn't anything up there. It was just like flat scaffolding, and now we got some railing.
Yep,
it's a pretty cool setup, I gotta say. Great location, right? You can kind of see so much from there. That's what's cool about this golf course. You get high enough, you can kind of see a lot. You can kind of see a lot of the action. It's very cool.
And there are also some points around the golf course, a little bit like you would expect maybe at a major championship, where you can catch from a point 3 holes.
Yep.
Robert MacIntyre hit it 216. He's got 149 to the hole as we rejoin you here at Aronimink at the par 4 13th. He is 1 under par in a group at T18 on the course. To give you an example, Morikawa, Walker, Jimmy Walker among another group at 1 under. And to your point a moment ago as well, Hunter, a drop shot would move him 17 spots.
Yeah.
So everything precious here as we go down the stretch on Thursday.
Back into the breeze.
Oh boy. And the breeze got him.
Yeah, left it out there. Looks like the distance on the shot was okay, but that was more direction.
Yep.
It was almost like they were expecting the wind maybe to push it back, or he kind of.
124 for Gotterup. Only 12 paces of green in between the bunker and the pin.
Should be a good flag for him. The pin's on the front right. He likes to kind of cut it in there. Use that slope. Oh, probably 2 yards away from using the slope and having that ball come right back to the hole, and he knows it. He was thinking that wind was going to hold it up just that much.
Just 2 paces less, and he's going to be able to use that there, Hunter. And
yep,
I think that's exactly what Tommy's looking at. Right side of the fairway. Just needs to make sure he flies it past the pin.
Just a little tug, but distance was perfect. I'm gonna look for birdie for Tommy Fleetwood. Get back to even.
Gotterup 30 feet away. Fleetwood just inside 25. And MacIntyre's off the green on the left side. Leaderboard with a ton of people within 2 shots of the leaders. There are 6 guys at 3 under par. And of the guys on the golf course, Justin Thomas and the Canadian Corey Connors. Right there. You see Connors 3 under on the golf course. Thomas playing the 12th. Satsune 3 under. Minwoo Lee, Stephen Yeager, and Aldrich Potgieter from South Africa started the day with the first 67. Sahith Theegala, Max Grazerman, Xander Schauffele at 2 under, among some others. And here at the green at 13, MacIntyre trying to see what the best plan of attack might be.
And the first 12 feet of green are running directly away from him, so I think he's going to probably try to take that out of play and fly it probably 15 to 20 feet onto the green. Try to land it on the flat spot. He's got a really nice lie. Not going to be able to throw any spin on this, but should be able to control how this ball comes out pretty well.
Picking up speed. Looks pretty good, Dre.
Lovely. Just got it a little bit to the right, but distance was perfect.
That left for the 4. Gotterup's 30 feet and change here for his birdie.
And this is going to be quick. After the first 6 feet, it is straight downhill, and that wind is helping it pick up speed.
These are the ones as you walked around the golf course, Hunter, you're like, man, if I'm playing, I don't know if I want any part of something like this, you know?
It's just getting it. Yeah, you're just using all your touch right here, just getting it on line. Speed first. You can't make it without good speed. Just going to see it trickle over the edge and just let it feed to the hole.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, just, boy, just never even, not even close.
Not far enough left, right?
It was, there's really nothing good about that putt. He never had it on line, never had the speed. It just was confused. He clearly was confused the whole time. No matter how many putts you hit in a practice round to all the holes and all the angles, you never hit them all, right? I mean, it's just you're going to hit it in the one place where you sort of didn't expect.
It does bring a question. I think people at home kind of wonder, because it's so much about the greens, but then also the design, and you're hitting, and you're playing a place not many have played, right? I mean, this is not a regular stop.
And some of these greens have a few spots where the pins are, and some of these greens, like this green, is just big, and there's all kinds of places they can use. So it's hard to be that specific on some of these greens.
Here is Fleetwood for birdie.
Ooh. It's a really good putt. Really, really good.
Tommy will tap that in and stay at +1.
You can see him gets it out there a couple feet, and it's trying to break, and it just stops. Boy, right at the hole, it just kind of stopped.
Going back to where you say, Hunter, that you're not going to hit all the putts, this is also a pretty short hole, and with this front right pin location, you're thinking, why would I be up here hitting this downhill putt?
Exactly.
So Gotterup to stay at 1 over.
This is going to have a little bit of movement to the right, not a lot, but just depending on his speed, if he wants to split that left edge or just keep it inside of it.
Yeah, good
Rolled
stroke.
it in confidently. Not such a good first putt, but lived to tell about it.
Yep, exactly.
And now MacIntyre for par.
He's been scrambling his rear off today.
I'm glad you said it before I did, Dre.
Yeah, he was kind of cruising that front 9, and it's been a little squirrely the last 3. But still 3 pars.
Well, just think maybe one day they'll let us go out there and stand on the platform, Hunter.
Maybe tomorrow they'll have sofas. I mean, I got nowhere to sit up there, so I'm not really that interested in about it, right? I got a nice chair right here. Where are the chairs, right?
Yeah. Let's go to the 14th, shall we? This par 3 standard number is 216 yards. Word coming into Aronimink was it was going to play longer than listed.
Today it's at 220.
Yeah.
Pin is 27 deep today. It's kind of in that left corner. The wind is in and off the left.
So here you see it.
Wind is coming in and off the left, which means all those grandstands and large grandstands, the wind's kind of going to get blocked a little bit by that. So the caddies are going to have to kind of look in their books and make sure the player knows that the wind is still up there. And when that ball gets above it, it's going to get hit a little bit.
Yep.
And we're probably going to be looking short of this flag. This is sort of probably like the player would say, a red light flag. Red flag for us. This is sort of, we don't need to push it back there. We don't need to push it 220. We're looking to land this probably closer to about 205 to 210, and then if it gets back there, we'll take it. But we'll take the 30-footer up the hill.
And in the redesign, they went to the Donald Ross high-low. It's a high part of the green and a low part of the green. The pin is in the high part today.
Yeah.
Which is back left. And that deviation of high and low is a lot more when you see it. It doesn't really reflect when you watch it on television.
Not at all. I mean, the wind kind of going from 10 to 15, even 20 miles an hour right now. That really matters.
Gotterup.
Not a great flag for him. He's trying to draw it back up against that wind. He usually likes to cut the ball. It's getting hit.
And there it is on the green.
Yeah, it's kind of short right, kind of where you expect. He looks like he was trying to draw it in there, but he got smacked. As soon as it gets above those grandstands, it's going to get hit hard.
215, 217.
it's almost just got to be like, on a flight that's still going to take the hit, if you know what I mean. 225 feel. Target-wise, what you're seeing? Right flag. Yeah, perfect.
As he said, he's looking at the right flag. It's kind of where they want to end it up, which is, pretty middle of the green right now. They know that they're playing at 225, which tells you they're giving a lot of respect to that wind, meaning they're trying to land this short. They're trying to land this about 205.
This is leaking right.
Robert said catch a piece, and it did. Watch out, tripod on the camera. And now it's in the rough.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward chip. Ton of green to work with, but uphill and a thick lie. You're not going to be able to run it the way you kind of would envision. He's going to have to keep scrambling. He's in that mode right now. This is what happens in a round, right? You always have no rounds easy, so you go through these chunks where you got to just figure it out and grind it.
How good are the easy rounds, though? It's tough to feel the wind from where they're at right now. This big out of bounds wall, or this perimeter wall, that can't really feel anything off the left. There's some pretty good sized trees, but you can see the flags dancing around behind the green.
Good setup for Tommy here. He loves to draw the ball.
This is pretty good line just left of it.
It's going to roll comfortably to the middle of the green. That's the best of the 3-by long shot.
Yeah, you can tell these boys are a little scared of hitting it past that flag. They wanted no part of it.
MacIntyre is still 1 under as we play the 14th at Aronimink. Well, Scotty Scheffler has joined that group at 3 under. Here's his work at 6, Hunter.
Using the wind, using the slope there. Kind of hitting a flat chip, kind of hit that slope perfectly. Great touch he's got. I mean, there's no weaknesses in the best player in the game.
Then he gets to the 7th for birdie.
That pin was on the back part. He left it short there, smart, and just hammers that putt home. Kind of stolen right there from the field. On 11, obviously that pin back left. Had a great wet shot in there. That ball just reaching for the hole, and it finds the bottom. Great birdie.
Yep. That's how you get to 3 under. And in a group now that's getting bigger and bigger by the afternoon day.
Scheffler and Thomas up there. Justin Thomas finding his game. So he's got some work here. He's got some
MacIntyre is down that slope.
Yeah, look at that.
Add insult to injury here. There's a fair amount of grass between his ball and where the face is going to hit, but he's going to need to fly this about 85% of the way there.
Pops it up, and it's not going to release. And Dre, I think you were dead on the money there, because he got it maybe halfway, Hunter.
Yeah, no, it's such a hard shot. You're just looking at green the whole way. You want to roll it there, but the lie, the stance, everything is dictating to you that you've got to have to fly it all the way there, which is so uncomfortable.
So here at the 14th now. Gotterup's got about 50 feet.
And this is incredible that there is a pin right here. It is just on a little crown. Soon, I mean, it's uphill the entire way. Then the last 3 feet, it starts to flatten out, and 2 feet past it, it starts running away again.
Yeah, this is a great angle. You can see that. You know, this is not a par 5 green. No, sir. This is a 220-yard par 3 green. And they put the flag right on top of that tier. I mean, it's just brutal. That's why I say it's just a red flag hole. Get out of there. You want no part of that. You try to hit it short and get a 3 and run away to 15T.
I feel like you could see somebody putt it into this bunker behind the green at some point.
Yeah.
Speed is the #1 priority here. If the hole gets in the way, great, but just make sure that you're giving yourself a tap in.
And really good.
Well done.
Really good from down there. Last 10 feet looked like it might have had a chance, huh?
Looks really good. You can tell he had great touch. That's a scary putt.
And still one over for Chris Gotterup.
Brady.
Even on the back. 3 bogeys, 2 birdies on the front. And here is Fleetwood, and this is 35 feet for birdie.
His isn't going to have quite as much break as Gotterup's, but again, it's the same thing. Just a little bit closer. You're more worried about speed than anything.
That's going to miss on the left side.
Yeah, great touch. It's a great 3 right there.
Par for Fleetwood. So they'll make the walk from the 14th green over to the 15th tee after MacIntyre tries to clean this up for par.
Hunter, with this pin location right on this little knob here, you could convince me that this does anything.
Well, from here we can see the color in the grasses, and you can tell he's splitting hairs here. He's right in the middle of it. It's pretty evident that if it feels like it's probably perfectly straight, but if you get it on the either side, it's going to break to that side.
I feel like it wants to move a little bit to the right towards the back edge, but
I mean, that's what it looks like from here. That's what kind of makes sense, but you can tell if it gets left edge, it's probably not going to move.
For the par. Oh boy. Raced it by, and still some work to be done.
didn't move at all. But it's one of those putts where, well, you hit it 4 feet past. It wasn't going to move.
About 3.5 feet left for now 4. It would take him back to even. Made it. So that is the second bogey of the day for Robert MacIntyre.
Yeah, and the numbers weren't adding up for 5.
And he will go back to even. Chris Gotterup, Tommy Fleetwood, both 1 over par as we go to the final 4. 15, 16, 17, and 18 here at Aronimink. 15, of course, tied the longest scorecard distance of any par 4 in major history. 546 yards. The next hole just 9 yards longer, and yet it's a par 5.
Makes sense. Par 5. It's a great finish. You got a little bit of everything, don't you? You got a reachable par 5. You can make an eagle. You got a 17. It's tough. One of the hardest holes on the golf course on a par 3. Then 18.
Yep.
Third hardest hole in 2018. And so let's lengthen it, shall we? So straight up the hill there. Really cool finish. Got that lone tree kind of on the right side. That is in play. Push it, your tee shot. Big old green. Pretty flat, actually, for this golf course. But it's a fun finish. A lot can happen.
And here's a look at the 15th. It's a brand new tee in the back. And the extension of it brings more trouble into play. And Donald Ross wrote that he wanted the putting surface here to have punch bowl traits at 15. And it does, as you see the angles kind of moving around.
Helping wind off the tee. Maybe off the player's right just a little bit, but this is just full send on the driver for all 3 players.
I'd still like to be up the right-hand side here with that wind pushing off the right. The entire fairway does slope left towards that rough.
Gotterup misses last few drives. Really needs to hit this fairway.
Boy, that sounded smashed.
Yeah, that's perfect. .186 ball speed, not too shabby. Just cruising. That feels like it's cruising speed for him. That's not even, you know, big speed.
Fleetwood. And that
The other side, boys, the other side. Yeah.
looks to be in the fairway as well.
Send them, I think. Just make our towards the middle line where the kind of yellow.
Look at that slope. The ball is just trickling to that first cut. Finally hangs there, but fairway. It's exactly where you want to be.
MacIntyre off the bogey. Will be the last to play from the box here at 15. Robert with a big swing.
Yeah, slight draw. Wind pushing the ball down there. Great drive. 3 really good balls there right when they needed them.
Yep. All 3 in the fairway as they take the walk here at the par 4 15th. Back to the PGA in a moment.
Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Great to have Wright Thompson, part of our coverage here at the PGA from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. First time that Aronimink has hosted this event since 1962. And you see our featured group here. Robert MacIntyre is even. Chris Gotterup, Tommy Fleetwood are +1 as we head into the final 4 holes, and we're at the par 4 15th. 529 yards today here, Hunter.
Bobby Mack just pounded one, said Gotterup's just not that big a deal to me. 378. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 152 to the hole is an eye catcher.
That is wild. Tommy hit 5-wood, I guess, only 339 out in the fairway. I mean, are you kidding me? The numbers are insane nowadays.
Yeah.
How far these guys hit it.
Tell you this, if I hit at 339, I better not have 192 left. I can tell you that on a par 4.
I was saying, well, it better be a par 5. I mean, what are we? Par 4. It's pretty wild. We get a little bit of everything.
MacIntyre's got a big smile, like he knows he won the prize at the state fair. Huh?
He's probably talking trash to him. I thought you hit it far.
He is talking trash right now.
Look at that. I thought the rumor was you hit it hard. Haven't seen that.
And just walked up to Gotterup and said he thought his drive was cute.
Oh no! Come on, don't tell me that, Dre. Fleetwood will be first to play after hitting it 339. What do you guys think of the using the rangefinders? I know they use them in this event. Hunter,
Yeah, but they use them in high school. I mean, which is kind of sad because the kids don't understand how to find yardage. You know, yardage heads and understand where the front is and understand where you're trying to actually land the ball and all those things. So for the pros, they have perspective and they understand, you know, where the flag is, and they're just sort of getting from there they can kind of do all their calculations and understand where they're trying to land it.
Is it a time saver?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I think we've seen that a few times a day. It definitely helps.
Well, 186 to the front edge of this green, which is kind of got to be the number that Tommy's looking at landing this. A big wide berth at the beginning of this green, though. There's plenty of room to hit this. Added even just a little bit to the left, but if he does miss it just a hair to the right, everything does kick back down with that punch bowl feel.
Yeah, you don't want to be right of this flag. I mean, you're just going to short side yourself. So this is, oh boy, just right where he did not want to go. Oh no. I mean, he just could not have been comfortable with that shot. For him to miss it that bad.
Yep.
Something just wasn't. He just wasn't committed to it.
Hunter may have been just trying to do a little bit too much there with that wind down off the right, trying to cut it back up into it, and just wiped it.
Yeah, that's just crazy miss. Short-sided himself now, and just kind of in no man's land. It is an awkward shot, right? Front right flag with a right to left slope that you're swinging, which is going to push it more left, and the wind's pushing it more left. It's just, you get, you know, you try to force it into that hole, and when it's really just not there. This is a good shot for Chris, though. I mean, he loves to kind of, he's going to aim left and kind of do his thing and kind of feel it in there. Probably start just left of the 15 there, you see, and let the wind hold it against it.
This is a 9-iron. Really good line just left of it.
Yep,
Perfect.
nice shot.
.529 driver 9-iron. That's what they do.
Like the old days for you, huh?
Exactly. 9 wood.
Here's MacIntyre now after he hit 378.
Yeah, only 152. He's got to take dead aim at this.
It's just hanging out to the left.
He'll be beyond Gotterup. So Fleetwood 1 over par. He's made 5 pars on the back. And he's in a fight now. Some 66 feet from the pin off the green into the short right rough, or short right fringe I should say. And he'll have to hit a delicate pitch shot in order to have a chance to make an easy par. Let's go to the top of the card here, shall we, as we head down the final third of this opening round of the 108th PGA Championship. Potgieter and Jaeger and Lee, Sasune, Corey Connors, Justin Thomas, all 3 under. You see Connors and Thomas still on the golf course. Dan Brown, Sahith Theegala, Grazerman, Schauffele. That's a group at 2. Keimer has won this event. Corey Connors, Patrick Reed, and Schmidt still on the golf course at 2 under. And then Ryan Gerard, Nikolai Højgaard, Joaquin Niemann. 2-shot penalty for Garrick Higgo. He's there for you, Hunter.
Yeah, time is just social construct of space. You know, it's not a real thing. It's just who knows what it is.
Late or not, he's there.
What a route. 3 under. He shot 3 under.
He's
today.
3 under.
Are you kidding me?
He's tied for the lead, Dre, if he's on time today, Garrick Higgo.
Yeah, he went to my alma mater at UNLV, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that he was late for that. He'd be running laps if we were still in college.
Ricky Fowler coming back.
And by the way, Garrick Higgo's quote today in the media center was, "It's not my job to be 10 minutes early."
He didn't say that. Come on.
It's what is being reported.
It's not my. What does that even mean? It's not my job to be 10 minutes early. Is he saying that if I wasn't 10 minutes early, I would have been late? What is he talking about?
I'm just reporting a quote from the media center. After when you said time is what?
Well, he's basically saying, why do I have to be there at any time? Why can't I just show up whenever I want? Don't I just have to play Thursday? I don't have to play Thursday morning. I just want to play I'll just play my round whenever I want on Thursday.
Back to Fleetwood, mercifully, here at the at the 15th.
This was a really, really poor miss, and he's in a kind of a no man's land right here. There's not a lot of room that he has to hit this to get it close. Everything's sloping away.
It's going to run off from Fleetwood. Tommy still going to have work to do.
Yeah, he's got to take a deep breath and reset himself, because that is just so frustrating to be there in the fairway. Know what you got to do, know where you can't hit it, and hit it right there. That is, you got to resettle yourself. It's one of the main things a player has to do when you're going to play professional golf. Is it's got to reset after every shot, whether it's a great shot or a bad shot. Start over.
MacIntyre will be next.
Uphill the entire way and moving to the right. This is a pretty good look. Would have liked it to be a little bit closer from only 152, but for such a long hole, I think you'd take this every day of the week.
He's going to miss to the left. Never came back far.
Yeah,
enough, at least for what he was looking for.
Yeah, definitely on the high side. Well, boy, you can just see the flawlessness in these greens. I mean, they are so good.
This would be big right here. Out of position, had a nice read from MacIntyre. Knows exactly what it does, just needs to execute now.
Nope. Bogey for Fleetwood. And back to 2 over. 3 bogeys, just the 1 birdie at the 9th. Some roars from the galleries across this golf course.
I'm trying to capitalize here. There's not going to be a lot of birdies this week on this hole.
He's got man, he had 2 looks at it. I mean, he's got to feel really good about the read. Oh,
just missed it.
One of those looks like it just lost speed.
Yep.
Look at the line was perfect and it just dropped at the last second.
Gotterup will stay at +1.
Look at him, just how did it drop?
Well, if he'd have gotten that one, Dre, you'd think, well, he's coming to 16, which is a par 5, which is gettable. Might actually be, when you look at these last 4 holes, this might be the best scoring hole of the final 4. You think about the long par 4, now 16, the par 5's playing 551 today. It is possible to get here in 2. And there is a very pronounced divide. I noticed yesterday. It's written about, but when you get to the hole itself, you see the left-right divide on this golf course, on this hole particular.
Yeah, a little bit back into the wind today. Tough pin. It's way left, kind of tucked, kind of in that corner. Only it's a 19 on, but only 4 maybe over that bunker. So it's a tough flag to be aggressive on your second shot.
Yep.
If you're trying to go forward in 2, you got to be really cautious of that. Hitting a wedge in there is going to be no problem, but
3rd easiest hole on the golf course.
Yeah, I'm good with those. I like a little right of those, more in like the middle of the grandstands.
Right here?
Yes.
We're starting to see some shadows out here. What's going on? 285 to cover the bunkers on the left-hand side. Wind back in out of the left.
Smoke that ball, see?
Yes, he did.
waiting patiently. See if it. Nope, just goes in the rough. We can see it though. See a little top part of that ball. He might be able to scoot something up there. Problem is, you got to stay right. You do not want to hit it in that bunker short of that flag.
He is just 3 for 6 on fairways here on the back.
No,
That's a great call there, Hunter. If you get it in those left bunkers, you're having to lay up way back, and where that pin's located, only a couple paces over the bunker on the left-hand side. You can always get something chasing up out of the rough.
MacIntyre.
Hitting a low fade, trying to keep it below the wind there. You can kind of see the width. You can kind of see from the tee that the slope in this fairway. It's pretty drastic from left to right. Only hit that what 50 feet in there, 53 feet in the air. That was a pretty cool shot.
Tommy has this thing teed way up. I don't think he's trying to hit that shot.
Yeah, feet right. This is going to be a high draw.
There you go.
Just 22 yards of difference, by the way, in this hole and the previous hole. And yet this is the par 5.
Yeah.
Today here in the first round. Tommy Fleetwood off the bogey is back to 2 over par.
Yeah, and it hasn't really. It's felt pretty stagnant for a while. Hasn't really had many birdie opportunities. He's just kind of been getting it around the golf course right now, and he's a little spark here.
Well, after 6 o'clock in the East, here at the PGA Championship, about dinner time. Well, you know what you get in Philly.
Cool, I've hit a decent tee shot down here, but where on earth's it gone? I know it's just trickled into the rough. Let's have a little wander around and see it. This is really quite spinachy like. And you can look and look and look and you think, well, there's not a ball in here. And have a look at this lie down here. Honest to goodness. Look at that. You'd have to be Popeye the Sailor Man to get out of there. Just ran in and in she goes. The rough here is patchy, it's variable. That's the beauty of rough. Rough is rough. Sometimes we were at Quail Hollow last time and all the rough is exactly the same. And to play out of it, it's a consistent shot. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy to get out of, but you know what you've got to do. This rough here, you can get one like that, or it can be sitting a bit perky on the top. And you've got to be able to read the lies. But if you get one of those, it's a horror story. Just thrash it out.
Ken Brown is amazing. Finds everything ahead of these majors. You see at the 16th, the par 5, 302 the drive from MacIntyre. Gotterup at 323, Fleetwood at 291 here at this massive hole. And with Hunter Mahan, Wes Durham, Andres Gonzalez on the golf course with us. Dre, what kind of looks we got here?
265 yards remaining for Tommy Fleetwood. I like the idea of running it as far up that right-hand side as you can. Anything in that left bunker is going to be a pretty short-sighted shot. It is doable back into the wind, but if you can somehow get something onto that front edge, give yourself a little bit more of an angle. Asking a lot, though. Straight back into the breeze.
MacIntyre will play from that right rough. And once again, this group kind of being stalled out, and there's Shane Lowry, Victor Hovland in that group in front. There's former Open champion Colin Morikawa is with them as well.
Also a former Open champion.
That's it. Yep.
Two-time major champion, PGA champion.
Lowry will be putting here at the par 5.
Look at that. See how much slope there is from that front bunker there.
You know, I found out, I'll share this with you guys. I got some insight into Philadelphia's PGA history. We know about the 62 PGA being here. 1958 at Larnick Country Club in Havertown, not far from here. You know the name Frank Cherkinian, right? The great golf producer at CBS for years. The very first PGA Championship produced by Frank Cherkinian was at Larnick Country Club, not far from here, in the late 1950s in the Philadelphia area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, did it in conjunction with CBS, and it was actually the membership of that country club that appealed to the Professional Golfers Golf Association.
Okay.
To change the PGA Championship from match play to stroke play for the benefit of television.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think Rory's talked about bringing back the match play kind of format this week.
He did. In fact, it's interesting. I heard the story this morning from Ron Green Jr., who writes for Global Golf Post. He was telling me about it and in relationship to what McIlroy had said earlier this week.
Yeah. It's kind of an interesting conversation. Not great for, you know, TV, but it would be sort of dripping with drama if you had some matches you were really wanted to see, right?
Yep, exactly. By the way, you hear the roars from the galleries. How about Justin Rose here at 14?
Oof, soft. Hello. Thank you. Man, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
A bunker shot. I mean, he just like lifted it out there. That was Rosie, really one of the great technicians of professional golf. I mean, just like a putt.
You see the day for Tommy Fleetwood. Number 6 player in the world, playing in the PGA Championship for the 12th time. Had a top 5 4 years ago at Southern Hills. It has been a little bit of a ride for him. 1 over on the front and now 1 over on the back with the bogey back at 15.
Yeah, it's okay, right? Like that looks, those numbers look fine. They look good, but he hasn't been really scaring the holes, and when he had opportunities, he just hasn't taken advantage. But a birdie here, you know, good iron shot on the next hole, you know, can change everything very quickly.
He's got 265, Dre.
And 246 to that front right portion of the green. Wind picking up right now, 15 to 20 miles an hour straight back into his face. This is headed right at it. There's a bunker between them.
And it's in that bunker, I believe. Right there in the front.
It looked like a pretty good swing, pretty good shot. It's going to be interesting. You know, that was feels a little risky to see, you know, he's only got 4 paces short of that flag, if that was the right play there.
MacIntyre.
He's just going to have to try to chase this thing out. Not going to be able to get a whole lot of height on it. This went immediately to the right. That's close to the 11th tee box.
Yeah. I don't know what the risk, what was the point of that? You know, Dre, like, I mean, why not just take an iron, get it back in play and get you a wedge in your hand? What's the point in trying to squeeze out a few more yards out of the rough with a 3-wood on the line with that much slope on it? I don't understand the purpose of that, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You could see a lot of the ball, so maybe you're just trying to chase something up. I'm not sure, but I mean, you're kind of wondering the same thing here with Gotterup because he's in the primary rough.
You see only half the fairways for Gotterup.
I mean, to me, he's been playing. He's got some momentum on this back nine. He's been playing really well. A lot of fairways, a lot of greens. It's kind of, you know, it's like, hey, let's get ourselves a wedge in our hand and attack this flag so we have some more control. If we get this thing left, we've got no chance of really making birdie. Oh, you can't even see the club head out of there.
This got up, but this is heading right of the right green side bunker.
And bounced off a.
Got a friendly bounce from a Philly fan there. Yep.
That's a second time one of the ticket holders has taken a shot from Gotterup off the bounce. He's going to hand out a sleeve of balls before he's done today, Hunter. Maybe throw a glove in for good measure.
Good thing he gets them for free here.
That's right. But of the other two, he's got the better shot here, right?
He got it up deep enough, right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of past all the trouble. Now he's got just the green kind of in front of him. So I think that's where he was probably thinking, I can have enough distance to where that front left bunker is not going to be in my way, so I can use the rest of the green. So
yeah, Fleetwood's in that front left bunker. Gotterup right rough by the green. MacIntyre off the grid. Here's a look. Alex Smalley and Scotty Scheffler on the golf course, tied with 5 others. There are 7 players at 3 under par. And Smalley and Scheffler are the only players with consecutive birdies on both 9s today. How about Martin Keimer on the board with 67? And we get down to the group at 2 under, and you see Corey Connors, Patrick Reed, Justin Thomas, all on the course, along with Matty Schmidt at 13, are playing his 14th hole at 2 under. And then the group at 1 under is a long and distinguished list. And further down, you see Shane Lowry, Brooks Koepka, Cam Smith, who played from behind the generator in a hospitality tent on 18
100.
today. Look how far we got to go to find Robert MacIntyre at even. What you got, Dre? Oh boy.
He's in a fenced off area with a leaderboard and a generator, but you can see the ball. He's going to get relief, and honestly not all that bad of a spot. He's going to have about 80 yards or so and has an angle once he gets out of there.
He's got.
How did you even get it in there? I mean, the
flew
ball
it
wasn't
in
going
there.
that high.
Did he fly it in there?
How did it? That's crazy.
So, not often do you hear the phrase, he's going to get relief because he's in a fenced-in area with a generator. So MacIntyre gets relief from the fenced-in area and the generator.
Yeah, obviously.
And I didn't think I would have to do this again today, but let me go back to the folks that are in charge of the rules here. And I think this is our friend Simon Higginbottom again.
Okay.
He's holes 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And again, he and MacIntyre are meeting to discuss points of relief, right?
There you go. Another instance where the yardage finder proves useful for the caddy.
By the way, Dre, I think I just saw Kim Brown come through one of our shots a moment ago out there, milling around.
Yeah, that you did. We've been walking together all day. What a pleasure he is to be around.
Yep. Tell him thank you for the handiwork he's done helping us with our coverage.
I will let him know.
So Robert is amongst them, as they say, to play his third.
And I told you I thought he was going to have about 80. I would bet my house on the over right there.
Shot link says 85.
Yes. There's a fair amount of trampled down grass right around there with all of these fans, so he may have a clean lie. I don't think he can really play directly at this. Needs to play somewhere right of the pin from his angle, center of the green. Tommy and Gotterup are standing on the green over where he might be looking, so they might want to keep their heads on a swivel.
Boy, that's pretty good.
Really good shot. Really good.
So Robert MacIntyre will make his way to the green here at 16.
That was another position right there where it was very helpful to have that laser in hand.
Yeah, you're right. Remember now, Chris Gotterup hit a ball right of the green, ended up in that rough, also an area that looks like it's been kind of trampled down somewhat.
He's got a terrific lie. It's almost sitting on hard pan with how flat that grass is. It is very clean. He might even be able to throw a little bit of spin on it, but lots of green to work with.
First thing I'm doing. Left over that ridge. Wait, let them settle. Yeah. Lock a nice spot.
Gotterup's ball is going to want to bounce a little bit to the left when it lands, and as it approaches the hole, should start working back towards the right.
Wow. It's got a little steam on it.
Slow down.
Easy. Easy.
It's going to hold around the collar. He'll have that for the birdie.
If Tommy wants to hit this anywhere near the hole, this has to have a lot of speed on this club head.
MacIntyre.
Really good shot there.
Fleetwood going to have about 8 feet maybe. MacIntyre's got 12 feet. Gotterup is right on the collar. He's going to have the longer of the three, right? In terms of putts.
Yeah, he and MacIntyre are pretty darn close to each other as far as distance.
Yeah, Fleetwood's at right around 4 feet, it looks like. See who goes first here in the lineup. Well, they've still got the long par 3 17th and the nearly 500-yard par 4 18th. But this might be the last chance to really score, Hunter.
18's a monster. I mean, there's
Yeah,
only
it
been a
is.
few birdies I think there today, but a lot of bogeys, a lot of disasters. So,
and it is uphill.
Yeah, it's kind of a flatter drive. You're hitting up into that slope, and I don't think the wind's not going to be helping you too much there. It's only going to be pushing you further right. So, you do not want to waste your opportunities on this golf course.
We saw 3 birdies from this group at 9, which is a hole you should birdie. This one we told you what was the 3rd easiest hole when they got to the tee box here at 16. Been the 3rd easiest hole today, I think.
Yeah, you missed the fairway though. You get a little bit out of position, and it makes it challenging. But pretty good recovery shots really from Bob and Chris. So both that birdie putts.
Birdie putt away.
Oh,
And
yes,
good.
sir.
How about MacIntyre?
Generated a birdie there from hitting it into the generator. Needed that one. It's been a little bit of a struggle the last about 5-6 holes. And just pours that one in. Huge. 1 under.
Oh,
It's
man.
the red numbers.
Did you hear that one, Dre?
Oh, yeah.
Generated a birdie. He can't slide them by man, can you?
Dad of 4 here. I mean, we got jokes all day.
Yeah. Some intended, some not intended,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Got her up now. This is for birdie to get to even.
Got fortunate that ball didn't have a little bit more steam. That could have easily rolled down into the bunker. But now a pretty realistic birdie look from 10 feet, moving just a little bit from right to left.
Oh, it's going to miss just right.
Man, he's burned the edge the last few holes.
I think he liked that putt. That just looked like a misread.
Well, the last 2, he's played really well and hasn't got anything to show for it.
Yep. Stays at 1 over with 2 to play in his first round. Now Fleetwood.
Yeah, really taking some time over this putt. Pretty straight, if anything. Maybe just moving a hair to the left, but definitely does not need to give away the hole here.
Yeah, brought in the caddy to kind of give him a second look, probably just give him more confidence in what he saw. Don't overread it. Just trust your eyes. Oh, jeez.
And he too is going to take a par here. Really disappointing for these 2 guys here at the par 5 16th.
It didn't even hit the hole there. I mean, that's really shocking.
So the par for Fleetwood stays at +2. Got her up to try and finish this for the par. And does. He'll be +1. You see the bogey birdie to start the back. Now 5 straight pars. in his second appearance at the PGA Championship. A miscut 2 years ago at Valhalla for Chris Gotterup. Now on to 17, the par 3. The change-up hole, if you will. Today, 241 yards.
Just an absolute monster. Pin is way back right today. Went in and off the left. Probably going to be some more lumber for these guys.
6th toughest hole on the golf course, playing over par. See, 89 pars, just 12 birdies here at 17. And MacIntyre first, Dre.
Starting this right side of the green, and this is going to miss right of the green.
And off the wall of the grandstand into the rough.
That is not going to be an easy up and down from there.
He just played from inside the fenced in area behind a generator. Now he's going to play one off the grandstand. Boy,
covering everything.
What a circuitous day it's been for him, huh?
I mean, that front nine was so simple, easy fairways and greens, and this back nines, he's kind of seen a lot of the course. A lot of, you know, what makes the course work and tournaments work by scoreboards and grandstands and generators so far.
Here at the 17th tee, there is also, it's adjacent to the 9th tee. So we're waiting on a group to tee at 9. This golf course. Trey, what you got?
Now the final player in the group of, I can't even see that far. I don't know who it is, but they're done hitting.
Okay. Group at 9. Looks like
that's correct.
It's Pearson Cootie, Emiliano Grillo, and Patrick Reed, who, by the way, has had a bogey-free round so far today.
Chris with a long iron. Rips at it, was hoping to carry that bunker, and it did. Up on the green, he's got a little mound to deal with, but he'll be happy with a birdie putt.
Yeah, it looked like he was really trying to draw that thing in there. Just kind of hung there up against the wind. Found the surface though, and now a head cover out for Fleetwood.
Can hit it high, draw up against that wind to maybe scoot it back there. He's watching it. Looks pretty good. Yeah, great bounce, easy. Come on, stop. Oh, nestles up against that first cut there. Really good shot, the really good swing.
So 17, the par 3. We'll step aside. Robert MacIntyre's 1 under. Chris Gotterup 1 over. Tommy Fleetwood is shot back of him. We welcome you back to our feature group coverage here at Aronimink today. Great to be with Hunter Mahan, Andres Gonzalez, Robert MacIntyre. Boy, look at the front nine versus the back nine, huh? MacIntyre and Gotterup even. Meanwhile, Fleetwood +1 for his +2 today. And after crossing a tee box on an adjoining hole, playing from a fenced-in area behind a generator, getting relief there. Something off the grandstand's pretty simple, Hunter.
It's tour life.
What's the wildest thing you had to do?
I mean, I remember playing Bridgestone, and there was my caddy and I were both looking back, and it was a pretty shallow green. We were in the final. We were Sunday. We're like, we're going to use the grandstand. Actually, we can get it up there. It's pretty tight to the green. We're going to use it. And they had two of them, right? And there was a little walkway to 17. Somehow we missed the grandstands, hit it through the little gap, went into like some flower bushes. You know, almost halfway to 17, and we were like, I had one job to do and hit the grandstands, and I missed them.
Yeah.
Kind of through the gap. We had to take a drop and ended up making some miracle 5. And then
was that a bogey or a double?
No, it was a par 5, so it was just a 5.
Par.
Yeah.
Okay. There's Fleetwood while MacIntyre sorts it out. Maybe
he's tired of waiting. Maybe he's like, what?
Ian Finnis, his long-time caddy. MacIntyre still working over the logistics with Michael Burrow.
They're just trying to drop it in the best lie possible, because he's going to need to go straight up with this. Once he gets to the green, everything is sloped away from him.
This is a 60, I'm guessing. Dre, he hits?
Yeah, he's going to have it open to about an 80, I think. As much loft as he can get on this ball is what he's going to be hitting.
Oh, me.
Yeah, it's going to run away from him too, right? When it hits the green.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got like nothing in his favor here. Maybe the wind, but
there's not a lot of help either if he lands it short in the rough. Even if it's just a couple feet short, this is so sticky, it just kind of stops. Maybe we can see some fireworks here, though.
Does get it high in the air. Oh, it's going to run a little bit.
yeah, I mean, the only thing that stopped that would have been the flag, but that's just a hard shot. And these par 3s are tough. I mean, they're really, really tough.
So MacIntyre flops it in the air.
All right, guys, quiet, please.
This is a tough shot coming up here for Fleetwood. These fringes, when they run into this first cut of rough, they are so thick. He's going to have to come down really steep on this with what he's rehearsing here, and it really exposes the blade of this wedge.
Yeah, they're really tall. I mean, look how tall that is.
That was beautiful.
Go, go. Well done.
Tap in par. Tommy will stay 2 over par going to 18.
Yeah, off his, looks like back of his right foot right there. And just trying to get that angle. That's all he was trying to do, was get clean contact with that wedge, and really well judged.
Not an easy putt here coming up for Gotterup.
Got to go over the ridge.
Big ridge.
Yeah.
It's probably about 18 inches tall. He's going to have to work up it and then just crest it over, and it's just going to have to barely trickle over to have the proper speed. Anything with pace, it's going to get going on him. Got to make sure you get it over, though.
It's a good look at the ridge. You can see it right there, and got to take it up, and it starts back. Here we go. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's had great touch all day.
Yeah.
He's had a few of those putts going over ridges, kind of back on 7, and he's passed that test all day. Really nice job.
For a guy known kind of as a power guy a little bit in the way he plays, Hunter.
Yeah.
Got a really nice.
Yeah, that's like, you know, but you see how the way he plays. He aims way left. He's got a lot of, I mean, clubs way back kind of over his hand. He's got great hands. He's got great touch, great feel for sort of the game. But that's always kind of a weird myth, right? It's like if you hit it long, you can't be good around the greens. It's kind of silly.
Yeah. He makes par. How about this? Bogey, birdie, 6 straight pars.
That's probably that experience, probably from, you know, hasn't played a ton of majors, but just, you know, understanding, just be patient. Be patient with your game. Trust your game. There's no reason to be overly aggressive or panic after, you know, 6, 7 holes. Just keep playing.
He seems to have a great demeanor for professional golf, Hunter. I never have seen him really get too up or too down really about much. He just seems like he's plodding along and knowing that he's in it for the longevity.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable out there.
This is 24 feet now for par.
Go. Boy, he had the line.
And the birdie at 16. Is going to be followed by a bogey at 17. 3 birdies and 3 bogeys now for Robert MacIntyre. And now off to 18 we go. Final hole here at Aronimink. Tee box was extended about a year and a half ago from 465 to 490. 484 the number today.
Hole plays uphill back to the clubhouse. Really a beautiful look. Very classic. Love 18 holes that go right back up into the clubhouse there. Uphill. Second shot plays 7, 8, almost maybe 10 yards, depending how far back you have. Pin on the front right today. You can see all those arrows pointing away from that front bunker. You want to be middle of the green here. You don't really want to flirt with anything front edge. Get your par and get out of here. But the drive, we talk a lot about, you know, these are kind of narrow fairways. This is probably one of the more important drives of the day here. And these guys have been on the course battling. You got to reset yourself, make sure your caddy gets you focused on a good target here. Wind helping off the left. Got to start at left for Gotterup. Don't want to miss this right.
Heading at the bunkers, 330 to them.
He's not there.
Yeah, he's okay in the fairway there. Tree might be slightly in his way to that flag, but you know, he loves the faded, so he should be able to just start at left side of the green and let it cut back to the middle.
You're okay with being on that side, knowing the pin is tucked down to that bottom
I don't
right?
think it matters to him. You know, he can fade it so easily, but it's not where he was totally intending to hit that ball. It should be a little easier for Tommy to kind of aim left edge of that bunker and just hit that hard draw. Yeah,
absolutely perfect.
Yep.
Left-hand side, he's going to have a nice angle at that front right pin.
He could really use a strong finish here, right? Kind of go home with that little momentum and take that, you know.
Yep, I agree with you. Because even at 2 over, you're not beyond reality here.
No,
you're
no.
only 5 shots, right?
No, yeah, by any means. But he needs a little juice, right? He's had no juice today, nothing to kind of pick him up, and especially when you play late to early, that connects, you know.
Oh boy, MacIntyre. Oof. Another reach back.
Yeah, good looking swing.
So Robert MacIntyre, Tommy Fleetwood, Chris Gotterup, all in the fairway here at the final hole as the sun starts to set here in Philadelphia on night 1 of the PGA Championship.
I'm wandering onto the 18th green. It's pretty typical of a lot here. Quite wide, exceptionally wide, and about 35 paces deep. It's almost a circle. But there's about 50% of this putting surface you really can't put the flags on because there's too many slopes. You just watch those balls wandering about. There's the back right, there's one over the bunker here, a little gully in the middle. But there's a little special one. Like a lot of greens on this golf course, there's little areas where you can tuck the flag. And just look at this. It's like going into your parlour, just on the left side of the green, little flat area here. I mean, it's a work of art, little bluff at the front, bunker to the left. It's a miniature green in itself. And if you can tuck the flag here, it'll be so tricky. It must be 3 yards by 3 yards, little ledge, little shelf where you can tuck the flag. Will they use it? Kerry Haig's in charge of putting the flags out, and he's a master of it. And there's a lot of greens like this with these little plateaus, and it makes your approach play got to be so accurate. Little bunker there, just down the slope there. It's beautiful. It's A1. It's fantastic.
And the pin today is away from the parlor.
Bluff, ledge, parlor. I mean, it's like walking with the source there. The guy's a legend. I mean, he could just, he just gives you pictures. I mean, it's like, it's amazing.
Yep. Here's a look at the 3 tee shots. Everybody's in the fairway. All banged it over 300. You see the distances awaiting. Gotterup 172. Fleetwood 176. MacIntyre fairway in 170.
Add about 7, 8 to that. The uphill on this last hole, this 18th hole. Chris might have a little tree trouble there.
For the player working and watching at home, you're taking like 176 and saying plus 10 here, Hunter?
Yeah.
Even though the pin's low?
Oh, for sure. There's just no...
Too much.
There's nothing good short here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're really looking... I mean, you're looking to land it pin high, right? That's what you're landing.
The other thing is about 18, you got a little bit of a backboard, but it's more favored to the low left than the low right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're really trying to land it. Whatever that pin yardage is, you have 172 hole. I mean, you're looking 172 to 175. That's.
Still like keeping left of it. Yeah, well, I'm trying to go with the head number.
A 176 for Tommy Fleetwood. It does play uphill 7 from here.
Wind pushing off the left there. You can't. The flag's not doing anything, but up above, it's definitely going to move it just a bit right. Really good swing. Pretty textbook right there.
Yep.
That's exactly what you should be doing. Look at that. You can see it short right of that flag is that huge mound coming off that bunker. I mean, that's just, you just don't want to make a mistake short right here.
Hunter, tough shot here for Gotterup. He's got to keep it down under the tree if he wants to go anywhere in the direction of this pin, or else play a giant fade, which is asking a lot. If he's trying to go under it, it's going to be tough. Just as far as this, anything that's moving to the right is going to want to try to climb up the face and climb in the air on him.
Took a lot of trees out in the redesign, but luckily they kept this one here. This is a good tree, and it's not small. It's pretty big.
Yeah, but there's one they didn't take.
Yeah, they took thousands, but they left this one. Chris is like, really? You couldn't take this one out?
Yeah, my thing is if I'm trying to cut it a lot, I don't want it to like just kind of.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you need to cut it a ton because there is wind up there. Even if it came down just left it, it's still probably going to catch some of that slope. In the worst case, if it's over there, you just 2-putt and get out of here. You don't have to overcut this. Like it.
Brady Stockton talking about you don't need to cut it.
Yeah, they're just going low. It's just hitting a low shot. Don't get, too fancy. Probably picking out one of those flags on top of the grandstands and just commit to it.
Oh my God.
This has got heat to it.
Oh.
Yep. Back rough. One bounce well into the green complex and into the back rough.
Yeah.
Gotterup at +1 has made 6 straight pars.
Adjusted up to 177 now for Bobby Mack.
He might have a good number here, and the wind's going to push that ball right back to the flag.
It's just not pushing enough.
Yeah, another great distance control. It just didn't get it online, but great touch with his irons today. When he's got an iron in his hand, he's been distances. He's nailed it.
Well, these guys will make the walk up 18 for a couple of putts and a chip from the back collar here, and gives us an opportunity to kind of reset the day for you here in Newtown Square, PA. And Jordan Spieth's 10th attempt at the career Grand Slam starts with his best opening round in his PGA Championship career. 1 under 69 for the Texan. Rory McIlroy, well, tied for the worst round in his PGA Championship career. He was 4 over 74 today. Didn't feel very good about any of it. And Bryson DeChambeau, well, his worst round in his PGA Championship career. 76 for DeChambeau, who seemed to just not have any rhythm, flow, whatever adjective you want to use to describe golf. He didn't have any of that today.
Where's Ken when you need him? I mean, they give us some great words. I mean, yeah, just ugly for Bryson. Someone who's once is major hunting, and of course that boy. I mean, you just think this is the perfect setup for him. There's nothing sort of in front of him off the trees. Nothing. He can hit his high big draw almost on every hole.
Yeah.
Just didn't have it today.
Nope. And at +6, he's going to have to do something big tomorrow if he wants to play the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to have to start quickly right off the first hole and get some momentum, change the tide for himself.
By the way, Patrick Reed has finished bogey free, 2 under 68. It is the second time he's had a bogey free round in his major career. And today was his 165th round in a major. So congratulations to Patrick Reed, who is a shot back. Keimer, Potgieter, Jaeger, Lee, Satsune, all at 67. Scheffler is 2 under, playing 16. And if he birdies 16, he'll be in the group at 3.
And that's a good round this afternoon. Really good round, right? Him and Keimer just finished. I mean, that's tough conditions.
Boy, how about Keimer, huh?
That's really, it's incredible golf this afternoon.
So we had Jimmy Walker on this board earlier today.
Yeah. Yeah, this course demands everything. This course demands everything out of you.
Jimmy Walker 10 years ago, champion at the PGA. Mark Keimer, who lives out in Arizona. Gotterup.
And this is a ton of green to work with, and he needs to make a pretty big swing just to move it about 15 feet and let it release the rest of the way.
Hey guys, in the tower we can hear you.
That is not us. That's not us, and that's not Dre in the tower. We're good.
I'm not climbing more than I have to today, boys.
I understand. Flopped it out there. Got it rolling.
Got the right kind of bounce.
There goes the right move. Is it going to trickle down?
Not hateful out of that lie, giving himself a chance.
Boy, there's going to be a lot on that putt, though, huh?
Has not seen it much go in today. I mean, he's going to be begging for one.
I think Gotterup surprised Dre. The ball started leaking to the right as it got down more toward the hole. He'll have about 10 feet for par. MacIntyre has 30 feet plus for birdie.
And this was a really nice shot from where he was. Would have liked it to draw just a little bit more for him, but anything that's headed right at this pin in the front right portion of this green, if you're landing just over the bunker, there's a pretty big slope that's kicking the ball away back into the center of the green. A little bit uphill at the end of this putt, but should be moving to the right about 10 inches the entire way. Did he get it there?
Nope. Short. Off to the left. That'll be left for par. And 70.
I don't think he hates it at all. I think it was a good round.
Yeah. Now, talking about somebody who could sleep a lot different tonight. Tommy Fleetwood rolls this in to get to +1. He would feel a lot different. Yeah. It would be a 20 spot difference in the leaderboard.
Yeah, he has not seen much go in with the putter today. He's got it out there in a pretty. He's waiting for it. It just stopped. Last 4 feet, it just completely stopped breaking.
He'll have that for 72. Gotterup's going to hope that he can make a 7th straight par here, Hunter.
Yeah, he's played well this back nine. Kind of had a few opportunities to make birdie. Just could not get the ball to fall. I was thinking it was going to do something. It just didn't do. Got something off of there from both those guys. Kind of in between their putts. So this is when we talk about the difference between +1 and +2, right? What, T49 to T70?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the big time putt here.
Just a hair outside of that left edge.
Missed it.
Ugh, disgusted. Totally feels like he probably left a few shots out there this back nine.
Yep.
Especially the last few holes.
He is going to take a 1 over 36 to the back and a 2 over 72 on the day.
I'm just not sure he needed to go at that pin and just play it out to the left when you're out of position with that tree in the way.
Fleetwood taps into par. Tommy's going to go 36, 36, 72. Three bogeys, 1 birdie for Fleetwood.
Yeah.
And Gotterup, same number, 36, 36, 2 over 72. And MacIntyre wraps up an even par.
Yeah, Bob, I mean, kind of tail of 2 nines for Bob, but he ended up even, but really good. Saw that front 9 and then got a little squirrely, but kept it together pretty well.
Yep. 72, 72, and 70 for our featured group here this afternoon. Robert MacIntyre, even par. That's T34. Gotterup and Fleetwood, Hunter, nothing really to show for a 2 over day, huh?
No, not really. I mean, Tommy had a good start, had some good opportunities, couldn't quite capitalize on them. Chris kind of turned it around. The back 9 steadied himself. Also could not make those putts that he needed to. Bob played really nice today. You know, went through his little stretch, but got it up and down and had great distance control with his irons.
Yeah, more coverage coming up on ESPN Plus tomorrow. Full coverage continues over on ESPN of the 108th PGA Championship. Leaderboard, Scotty Scheffler's got 2 holes to play. He's the only guy on the course tied for the lead at 3 under par. Martin Keimer, Aldrich Potgieter from South Africa posted the first 67 of the day. It is a congested leaderboard. Nearly finished with round 1 of the 108th PGA Championship. Great to be with Hunter Mahan and Andres Gonzalez. Thanks to our producer Ben Ward, our director Dan Brindle, our wonderful crew. Wes Durham from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. We'll see you tomorrow with more coverage.